Order stopping the High Court from hearing cases filed by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua challenging his impeachment. Justices Daniel Musinga, Mumbi Ngugi and Francis Tuyot issued a stay order on more than 40 cases challenging the impeachment, pending the determination of the appeal filed by Gachagua on the High Court's earlier judgment. Gachagua challenged the High Court's three-judge bench overseeing the cases, arguing that they should not hear undetermined petitions challenging his removal from office by the Senate. This followed the High Court's dismissal of his petition against the Deputy Chief Justice's authority to empanel the bench presiding over the case. The People's Liberation Party or PLP leader Martha Karua has called on MPs to redeem themselves in the face of widespread claims that President William Ruto has captured Parliament. Speaking at Liberation House in Nairobi on Thursday, where she officially rebranded NA Kenya to PLP, Karua urged legislators to prioritize service delivery.
Members of Parliament to remember that it's not Kasongo who has put them in the place they are. They are there courtesy of the people of Kenya. Hii si ile wakati tulikuwa tukisema mtukufu rais. Mtukufu sasa ni mwananchi Mkenya. So let us work for Kenyans with seriousness, with commitment, with dedication. Anybody earning a salary, you are earning it courtesy of the sweat of your brothers and sisters from Kenya. If you don't work for them, you're stealing from them.
Karua went on to defend her change of party colors from green to lilac purple.
Nikienda kufupisha sana, nasema bona rangi inakaa kama ya mwingine. Haikai kama ya mwingine. Hakuna mtu Kenya ako na purple, lilac. Lilac ni ile lighter purple na white. Hizo zikiunganishwa tatu, we are unique, nobody else. These are our colors. Hakuna mtu anaweza own a single color together. That combination is unique to the People's Liberation Party. Na wewe ujue hata wardrobe yako ukikaa miaka unarebesha, pengine umenona, pengine umekonda.
At the same time, leaders including Kiambu Senator Karungo Wathangwa and Kirinyaga Woman Rep Njeri Maina intensified their criticism of the Kenya Kwanza regime, vowing to rally behind one candidate to oust President William Ruto in 2027.
These are the leaders that are with the people. The others that are not here, you are either with us, the people, or you are with the other side.
Mimi hapa naona Eugene Wamalwa, mimi naona Kalonzo Musyoka, naona Martha Karua, naona Jimmy Wanjigi, naona Morara Kebaso. Hao kweli ni kabila moja?
Na mulituon, tukienda na Wilbur, na mukatuon. Lakini mimi sometimes nasema, afadhali hivyo, sababu kama angeanguka, sisi wote tungekuwa tunalia, tunasema tumepoteza ndugu yake Yesu.
2027, barabara yanze State House. Iende Westland, ifike Naivasha, iende Nakuru, iteremke Sarga, iende mpaka Eldoret, imalizikie Sugoi.
Former Kenya Primary Schools Heads Association Chairman Johnson Zioka's burial will not take place today as planned after a woman moved to court claiming the deceased was her father. The woman, who wants a DNA test to be conducted, says her mother was married to Nzioka, but they separated in 1999, 2 years after she was born. But Nzioka, the woman says in court documents, continued to support her after the divorce, both financially and emotionally. The woman further says that she was sidelined in preparations for Nzioka's burial, which the court has suspended until the case is heard and determined. Nzioka died a week ago following a road accident on the Mombasa highway. King Mohammed VI has asked Moroccans to abstain from performing the Muslim rite of slaughtering sheep during El Al-Adha this year due to a sharp drop in the country's herd. The shortages are blamed on 7 years of drought. El Al-Adha, which falls in June, commemorates the willingness of Prophet Ibrahim or Abraham to sacrifice his son on God's command. Muslims mark the event by slaughtering sheep or other animals, and the meat is shared among family and donated to the poor. But herds in Morocco have shrunk by 38% in a decade due to dry pastures, according to official data. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
101 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Running a business in Kenya and struggling with slow, expensive cross-border payments? With Verto, you can send and receive money globally, faster, cheaper, and hassle-free. Pay suppliers, collect payments, and expand internationally with ease. 49 currencies, 190 plus countries. One powerful platform. Better rates, faster settlements, secure transactions. Global payments made easy. Sign up today at www.vertofx.com. Verto, your global business payments partner.
There's something magical about finding the place you call home. The place where every laugh echoes, every meal feels like a celebration, and every day brings new memories. A home where milestones matter, such as birthdays, anniversaries, family dinners, and all the moments in between that make life special. At DTB, we understand that a home is not just an address. It's the place where you build your life. With an interest rate as low as 9% and up to 105% financing, own your dream home with DTB. You can call us on 0719 031 888 or email us on mortgages@dtbafrica.com or visit our website at www.dtbafrica.com. DTB. Bank with us. Bank on us.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 9 minutes after 6 o'clock, and guess what? Let me tell you two things. So guess.
Okay.
Oh.
Guess.
No, you're not just saying guess what, like, so that it sounds like I'm actually saying guess what.
Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. We've heard you.
You remembered what you were to tell us yesterday, that story.
Do you know when I remember that story, first of all? When I went home, and now I can't remember anymore. But that's not what I'm trying to get you to guess about.
Okay.
Okay, it's Friday.
Very good. And what else?
It's end of the week.
And something else?
We're having health conversations.
How many days does this month have?
28.
So
is it your birthday?
No, it's not her birthday.
Okay.
Her birthday comes towards the end of the year, and it comes 3 times. 28th.
Yeah.
So this is not the jumping year, is it?
No, it's not the
leap year.
Okay.
Jumping indeed.
So it's the end of the month.
Okay.
It's the end of the week. It's the end of the month.
Yes, but I've just told you.
Yeah,
but you just needed to say it's the end of the month.
Oh, so it's the month you
No, that was for you to say. Once we established that there was no 29, then it was the end of the month.
Sir, good morning. How are you? You see, now you people are very good students. Well done, well done. The things I told you to guess, you've guessed. And now, Siti, spending time with you has now made me start behaving like you. Look at how many pens I have. this morning. Please ask a child of Engineer Okoh what she's doing with 5 pens: red, black, purple, and blue.
But that's a good thing.
Yes, it's good. I think so too.
Eventually, I might start carrying 10.
How many do you have at the moment?
Oh Lord, I have 3.
You see?
3. What colors?
Black, blue.
Variety is the spice of life, my sister.
I will get there.
Thanks.
You see, yours are high tech.
That's a young idea.
Good morning, Gi.
Hi.
You're fine this morning?
Hi.
Hola.
It pleases my heart to set my eyes on you.
Hey. Andy, where are you from? Don't worry.
Where did you get that one from?
Inside, from the depths.
Speaking rhyme all the time.
A stitch in time says 9.
Nine.
Like that.
Right.
Muko salama laki?
Maridadi kabisa.
Kabisa?
Yes.
Hey. Your day yesterday was good?
Man, let me tell you, there's something called heat.
Where? Not a small wahala.
The heat is hot. It is so hot.
It's heating.
My friend, it's hot during the daytime. That's all that sort of like, it stops your thinking.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know, you walk in the sun, you feel good.
Then you get inside.
Then you remind yourself there's something called vitamin D.
And it's enough.
Yeah, but this one, it's really hot.
Someone has triggered the sun's trauma.
Don't worry. It's going to be what?
But let me be happy. Because weather being what it is, I'll be asking, where's that sun?
Exactly. You're going to look for the sun at some point.
So keep shining.
Especially you, CT.
Keep shining.
And you're fine, Anki?
When I hear about the sun, I'm just like this thing I say every morning, that it will rise with healing on its wings.
Indeed.
Joy comes in the morning. I hope you have a lovely, lovely day today. I hope you're smiling, and that ndu and CT are making you smile already. Auntie Maberi, ndu.
Yes.
Don't try it again.
Don't take me too fast. Maber.
That's correct.
Thanks, please. I have leakage. You won't see it.
I know it is on your. Is it your right side?
Don't worry. Hey, everybody. Good morning and welcome to Friday. It's the last day of February. It's the last day of the week, and that doesn't stop us from having the conversations that we should have every weekday here in the Situation Room. So let me tell you about some of those conversations that we shall have today, shall we? Well, things were supposed to happen at 7, but other things will happen thereafter, and we're going to have a conversation with you at 7 o'clock, right? And then as we get into that, we'll let you know as we have that conversation. Dr. Peter Mungai will be here with us. It is our Healthy Friday conversation. It's Professor Peter Mungai will be with us here. We're going to be talking about something that a lot of people don't want to talk about because it bears a lot on self-esteem, but it is a problem that very many people suffer from, and not just those who suffer, but those who are in close relation with them. We're going to be looking at erectile dysfunction this Friday as our Healthy Friday conversation. So that comes up at 7 o'clock. And then at 8 o'clock, there was a little bit of melee in the city between hawkers and the county government.
Spell melee.
MELEE.
With
an
accent
aigu over the first E. So en français, il y a the accent aigu. It goes up to the left.
Yes.
Just a straight like this. And if it goes in the other direction, it's accent grave. Grave.
Yeah. Okay. So melee. There was that melee that happened in the Syria.
Ile.
Yes. And the hawkers said, you know what? We're not having it. You want to clear up the city?
Was that's what was causing the jam.
You want to clear the city? Don't use us as your broom, man. So we're going to have a discussion with Jane Wangoi, who is the County Chief Officer, Markets and Trade, Nairobi City County, as well as the Chairman of the Nairobi Hawkers Association, who is John Joguna. That conversation we will have at 8 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock, we will be talking about how gender justice and climate resilience can end hunger. You know, hunger is still a thing. There are lots of people who suffer essentially from feeling hungry, not being able to eat, and not because you're sick, but because there's just, no sustainable food around. We'll have that conversation at 9 o'clock with Dr. Mary Ngendo Kanui and Kasim Lupao. So they will join us from the Rice Research Institute as well as Concern Worldwide. So those are conversations that we will be having through this morning, and we can already see you clicking into the room this morning. Very good to have you here, and we'll say hello to you in just a minute. Now, Veto FX. We've been telling you about this platform. This platform is one that allows businesses to access and make cross-border payments without any kind of drama. The drama that you will have is how many of your suppliers are just running to you up and down, and all you need to do is just pay them, right? But usually you're met with, okay, so can I pay and it won't get there in 2 weeks? Can I pay and the prices won't be too expensive? Can I pay and will there be any hidden charges? Yes, you can, without any of those hiccups that you would normally get through traditional payment methods. You can pay through to 190 plus countries around the world in 49 different currencies, and you don't have to worry that your business is going to cross over any hitches. It's Verto FX, www.vertofx.com. Sasa, let us say good morning to you properly. Many of you are clicking in. Don't forget our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X. And we can already see you here. How about we say hi? Sawa sawa. Anki Nyar Migori. Is it true?
Kanyo.
Okay. Habo.
Oh, sawa bas. You're from those places?
Should we tell you specifically where?
Who is that? And I should say hi to them.
Migori is a bit...
it's a beautiful...
Migori is extremely beautiful.
Beautiful county.
Where exactly in Migori are you from?
Where in Migori do you come from?
A bay somewhere.
You see, it's a long story.
No.
Okay. And
what do you say no?
No, I'm saying no, as in no, as a question.
It's a long story. I have
of where you come from?
Yes. Yeah, we built and lived there, and even though I wasn't born there, or my roots are not from there, we are Jodak. City knows.
It means there are people who've come to live there. They're not natives.
You're pilgrims.
Yes, but Migori is full of pilgrims.
Oh, okay.
In fact, the mix is particularly interesting.
Oh, yes.
Yes, even of communities.
Couriers.
Yes. Maasai.
Maragoli.
Maasai. Yes.
Oh, yes.
And
now the Somalis.
Somalis, yes. And then you have communities from other Dulu-speaking nations across what was formerly Nyanza. Many of them are there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Another place I must visit in this Kenya.
Please do.
I will make a point of it.
Yes, when you get there, ask them to take you to Thimli Choinga.
The what?
That is a historic site.
Yes.
Thimli Choinga. Lich Ohinga.
Yeah. Yes, it's a historic site. Prehistoric almost.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. And it mirrors the prehistoric sites in Zimbabwe, where you realize that there were communities who had long understood how to protect themselves with
voilà.
They built stone houses, that sort of.
Okay. Yeah.
I shall.
You shall.
Karibu sana.
Santi. When I'm going, I'll tell you.
Oh, yes.
Good morning. Tune in from Ombaso, says Robert Olande. Robert Mbogo. Michael Olande is tuned in from Kigali, last day of the month and a Friday. Now, Ndu CT Anki, how are you doing? Fine, thank you. Ndu, ask CT. Is he feeling the said economic growth in Kenya? In Malawi, growth, we say kukula. Not that one of eating, but the one of growing. Sawa. Chamke, my beautiful people, greetings from the beautiful city of Nairobi. Good to have you in our Pendasana, indeed. Gilbert is tuned in this morning and says, hello, CT Ndu and Angie. I don't know who Angie is, but I think it's Anki. So just as CT said politicians are as fluid, now top politicians have decided that they will just be exchanging balls and the 190 will be the field. Okay. You're tuned in from Tampere in Finland. Joe Muga is also tuned in this morning. Now, Desmond Otis has a request. Mine is just to pass a message. So, Ednah, you'll tell us if this is even a possibility. Hello, CT Ndu and Anki. CT, please, can you be my mediator between me and Ednah? 2025, I must marry.
Excuse me. Please zoom on CT's face for me.
I know I am coughing because I can see how Ednah is looking at me. Why?
Do not kill the messenger.
Please don't shoot the messenger. Anime is I'm even speaking. Boss, ask him number one. Does he have money?
Who is this person?
His name is Desmond.
And
he wants to marry.
Okay, so where does Ednah come into the story?
The flower that he has seen that he wants to pluck from my garden is Ednah. Do you know how many walls he has to go through, first of all?
Okay.
So he said I should tell you. Titi has not even considered that request at all.
No, I've actually heard what he said. Yes.
You're not even... Okay.
But the thing is this, we don't even know intent. We don't even know whether he's just shooting the breeze or whether he actually means what he's saying.
Because you people saw Ednah for 3 seconds yesterday. You've not seen anything yet. But let's just continue, shall we? Hisa Daniel is tuned in this morning. Felix Bosiri tuned in. Sir George Gashori tuned in. It says, happy Friday. The weekend has begun with SpiceFM. That's what I'm talking about. Wishing you a great weekend. Hemeti is considered one of the richest people in Sudan, says Pan-African Nation. As a leader of the Janjaweed, he was one of the perpetrators of the Darfur genocide, in which 200,000 ethnic Darfuri people were killed. This is actually true. Good morning from Doha. It is 11 degrees. Okay, now I can believe. Now I believe that it is cold or cool in Doha. Sawa. Have a blessed day and a great weekend ahead. The CS Treasury needed more time to expound things. Invite him back for 2 hours, says Malo Amo. Simon Kibiru is tuned in, locked in from Mombasa. Have a nice one. Good morning, Ndu City, Dorice and Ednah. Who bewitched this country? What? There's a witch. Someone might think elections are 2 months away. I'm telling you, no, it's small wahala. Amayo Okello says, good morning, Spice Team. Good morning, Ndu Otiti Omo. No. Ututu Oma. Is what you're trying to say. Good morning to you. Sandra Sherrier says good morning. Good morning, Kenya, says Jimmy Gakio. Abed Abdallah, it says Assalamu alaikum Wangwana. Good morning. Wish you all a happy Ramadan. When does it start? Has it started? Soon, From what my friends are telling me. Soon. Okay. Eunice Okello says good morning. Good morning, Spice FM. We want Ryla to consult for... Who sent Ryla to consult? Or he's consulting who about what? Okay, Sawa Bwangi, we understand. Kikuyu Town represented. Washuka saying good morning from Swanage, Dorset in the UK. Nice to see you all, says Ben. Bonjour, City, Ndu and Anki. Belle journée à venir. Merci beaucoup. You guys, it's Anki, not Angie.
Angie. Let me spell it. Ankey. It's Anki. Like the key to the door.
Anki.
Sante.
City, what is the meaning of 4-star brat?
4-star brat.
Brat.
Yeah, that's an exceptional brat.
Okay. It's not 5-star. It's not 5-star. Okay.
5-star is a full general. No, 4-star is a full general.
Yes, a 4-star is a full general.
Yes,
but it's like a 4-star is not such like a 5-star hotel.
No. Because if you look at military ranking, the 3-star general, I believe, is called a lieutenant general.
Lieutenant general, yeah.
Then the 2-star is called a brigadier. No, it's not a brigadier general. Is the first 1-star. It's a major. A major general is
major general is a
2-star.
Lieutenant general is a 3-star.
And 4-star sergeant is a full
fledged
kabisa without any abbreviations.
Sawa. Yes. Okay, George Okoh finally says good morning to everybody. What happened to our beloved country? Watching from Miami, Florida. Those are questions you're asking them, and we'll get into it properly as we enter into Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Thank you everybody for clicking in as you do, and let's keep ranking up as we get into it. CT, it's our last day in Mali.
Well, for this particular season, yes, it is our last day in Mali. As I said, a lovely, lovely, lovely country. You know, when you've all seen this animation, Lion King.
Oh, yes.
Cindy?
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, the founder of this particular piece of geography from the times of antiquity was somebody called Sundiata Keita. He was actually called the Lion King.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay. Now, he founded this particular kingdom in 1235. That's how far back. This is old kingdom,
Yeah.
Yes, not new kingdom. But he fought other people. And one of the people he fought that made a significant change, because when you fought and won, it means you then took over that person's territory. Okay, there was a gentleman called Sumanguru Kante. He was a Soso chief. Okay? And thereafter, the empire grew to what now encompasses modern-day Mali, Guinea, Senegal, and Mauritania. Modern day, okay? But the peak of this particular empire was during the time of Mansa Musa, who reigned from 1312 to 1337. He was known for his wealth, but significantly the pilgrimage to Mecca. That one is documented. The wealth that was displayed when he got there is what woke people up to understanding that this person actually, as the cynics say, kumbe.
Kumbe.
Yes, yes. And that opened up a lot of trade, scholarships. Timbuktu, during his reign, then became known as a center for scholarly learning, specifically for Islamic religion. Now, so when you say Mali, it's not just
over
there, And you will find, if you juxtapose this history with that of modern Europe and ask, what was Europe doing with themselves around the same period of time?
Yeah.
They were essentially butchering each other.
Essentially, they were chopping each other up.
Trying to figure out who can chop the other the most. They got out of this.
Superpowers.
The proverb.
Yeah.
Today being Friday, I decided we'll have a nice simple proverb that is easy to understand and easy to interpret.
All right, shoot.
If you have an enemy, admit he can run fast. If, only if you have an enemy, just admit this fellow can run fast.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. At some point, you want to be nice to your said enemies. Just, tell them something nice. You never know what can happen later.
The fact that they're your enemies doesn't mean they can't be useful to you.
That's it. At some point, you'll need them.
Yep.
Right.
That's what it looks like.
Right.
Let's do this, Let's just look at the headlines alone in the papers. Then we'll take a break and come back and look at the stories in details. Sawa? You overstand? Okay. 4-star brat is what's on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper. It is the Standard, and that's where the 4-star brat that your question was coming from. Muhoozi Kainerugaba is a decorated soldier in the Ugandan army. However, the more stars the officer gets, the more erratic he becomes. He quit social media platform X after a series of diplomatic gaffes, but his return has seen him make more controversial statements that threaten regional peace, family units, and the media. Let me look through just a couple of those. The 20th of January 2023, Kainerugaba said, "I will capture Nairobi for sure. That's my hometown. If any soldier tries to prevent me, he'll be in soup. We will drink him for dinner. My father can sack me again if he wants." Emphasis on again. February 15th of the same year, "I want to say one more thing. My blood is being killed in Bunia, Eastern DRC. My people, the Bahima, are being attacked. That's a very dangerous situation for those attacking my people. No one on this earth can kill my people and think he will not suffer for it." And then on the 22nd of February, "There was nothing normal about your relationship with my father. You found a happy home and tried to wreck it. You're a disaster of a woman. You didn't leave. Mzee kicked you out of the house in December of 1986, dragged you to the car while you were crying, and sent you to your parents." 3 guesses as to whom he was referring to. And then on the 23rd of February, "My office will soon begin an audit on all media houses. These are the instructions of the Commander-in-Chief. All of you will now report to my office from now." So, he's had some interesting things to say, but let's look at the details of that story when we come back from break, shall we? Governors turn heat on KP over blackouts and bills, KP being Kenya Power, and finding out exactly what is going on there. Treasury issues new Euro bond. I just wanted to tell you see that big number that the CS was talking about yesterday, $900 million, just to help you out. That's 117 billion shilling.
Right.
And just as you've not even paid the one that you owe,
I even asked him about it.
You're issuing a new Euro bond.
Yes.
I mean, it's got to be the stuff of the insane.
And he himself said it is really complex, and it's the worst part of it.
It's bizarre. I don't get it.
How complex is complex, really?
Come on.
We need the money, we are borrowing. We didn't have time to ask the money that we've borrowed in the past.
That is it. We didn't have time.
There wasn't time, but it must have gone somewhere.
You see all these millions he was calling?
Yes.
1 billion. I wanted to ask, where did it go?
Because if it went where it was destined to go, then the result would have been the economy would have had a shot in the arm, and the discussion that we're having right now about this downward turn wouldn't actually be what it is.
Yeah. If you put a billion shillings today into any sector, you will feel it. For example, put 1 billion shillings into health. Put 1 billion shillings into education.
Inject it.
You will feel it.
You will see it. Put it today, you'll see it tomorrow.
Actually, you will feel it.
You will feel it. Not to talk of 117 billion. 100. Do you know? Start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. You've only reached 1,000. No, you've just reached 1,000 and we're still here. Count. Get to 1 billion. Then now get to 117. And then that is just one payment that is owed. Come on, man.
You know, one of the things that you realize over time, we are so used to the word billion. It's commonplace. So we never actually quantify it in terms of what it represents, if it were actually put to specific uses, if it's building housing units, if it is being invested in farming. Even if someone decided to just put in the bank and you were to earn an interest of even just 5%, it is a colossal amount.
It's a lot of money, man.
To specific and proper users.
Yes. And so when I hear, this is my pet peeve though, that you hear certain CEOs of counties talking about the money they're receiving is not enough. You ask, what do you mean exactly? What? Is there sufficient evidence that the money you got was put to use and then the use was found wanting because you needed more? No. It just wasn't enough.
And that conversation came up during the revenue, the allocation conversation. And they were put to task. They said, you want more, all right? But show us what you've done with the money that you've been given. I don't think they were able to show for it.
No, that question,
it keeps coming up.
Many county CEOs find annoying.
Annoying.
Yeah, they get irritated when that question.
How dare you ask me to be accountable?
It's like, who are you asking us who?
What do you want?
Taxpayer can ask. That's the whole thing.
Exactly. We should ask. Keep asking.
Do
tell us about the Nation.
There we go. Front page of the Daily Nation. Quite interesting. Unity test ahead. You'll see what happened yesterday. The team. They presented a united front, but their biggest test is yet to come. People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, Wiper boss Kalonzo Musyoka, and Democratic Action Party Kenya Chief Eugene Wamalwa yesterday vowed to oust President Ruto. But the question remains, is the glue that holds them together strong enough? More of that on pages 4 to 5 of the Daily Nation. We also have alarm as condom shortage bites.
Oh, no.
A scarcity of condoms threatens to undermine the campaign against sexually transmitted infections and family planning programs in Kenya. International news, Pope Francis clashed with cardinals over Vatican finances before his hospitalization on page 23. And from the corridors of justice, highlighted on page 10 of the Daily Nation, why 34 top lawyers, retired judges, may lose senior counsel rank. That's pretty much it.
This is interesting. Huh? Everything that is happening in this country tells you the center is not holding.
Yeah.
If it isn't this, it is that. If it isn't this, it is that. I was looking at these two papers, four papers. The Star and the Nation are the ones who have pictures of this new body. Did they give it a name?
Which one are you talking about?
The new party.
The new party.
People's Liberation
Party.
PLP.
Yeah, but that's Martha's party.
Yes, but they were all there to show support.
They're for people. In fact, there was some loyal opposition.
All right, let me.
That also had these faces, so I'm not sure.
Let me explain to you where I'm reading, from. Okay, we are in the Star.
Okay.
I'm going to start with the bang in the middle of the paper today.
Okay.
Opposition.
No, you have to say it.
Bang in the middle of the paper.
Exactly.
Okay. Opposition top guns to rally behind single candidate. Ha. XDP, ha meaning we've heard this before so many times. The ha is for that. XDP, Karua, Kalonzo join forces against Ruto. Yeah, but this picture has many people, man. Many. I see Jimmy Wanjigi here.
Yes.
He's not smiling. I don't know why. I see Mohisa Kitui. I see Wamalwa. I see some people I've never seen in my life. I see the former DP. But yes, these gatherings, we've had them before. It's a good thing, though, that people are gathering ostensibly because they have one cause. Then when I look at the nation, they also have a picture. But then they cut this picture. They highlighted just a few of the people who were there. Unity test ahead. That was the headline. And I'm saying, yesterday, when we talked to the... by the way, have we started looking at the details or are we still at the headlines?
No, we're just looking at the headlines.
Then I will stop talking.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay. So, in fact, you know what? I don't know what Ednah wants me to do, but it's okay. Let's, did you do the Business Daily? You want to do that?
Yes,
Let's do that quickly and then we can take a break.
Yes. There's an interesting discussion here. It's on page 2 of the paper. Government and regulators spell out guidelines for managers of societies to safeguard funds to ensure best practices. Cooperatives Commissioner outlines measures to secure SACCO subsector following financial scandal at Cusco and Metropolitan SACCO. This story I find a bit off. What exactly are we fixing? Do we understand how we got here first? The discussion about how we got here first. Apart from people being in court over this matter, this didn't happen in a day.
No, it didn't. Over time.
Right.
Okay.
For sure.
So what on earth were these watchdog people doing all this time?
Waiting for it to blow up.
You know, many of these things blew up because of COVID.
COVID?
Yes. COVID unearthed the underbelly of many things. The reason is because nothing was the same. During COVID, business was not the same.
Right.
Remittances were not the same. Money, everything about our daily lives was not the same. So in the aftermath of COVID, this is my thinking, things that could have stayed hidden for a long time suddenly being unearthed. Slowly, but most assuredly. So now, 4 years down the line,
this is where we are.
We find ourselves here. Okay? How these things happen? Anyway, Bamburi Cement holds out buyout to be bought out by force. Anyway, Kenya tops Africa's 2024 venture capital investments. Amazing, isn't it?
Yep.
So more and more people coming here to give us money. Kenya set to take a 10 billion hit in interest on new Eurobond. Hit, 10 billion hit. Okay? Bang in the middle of this particular paper, shadowy firm earns 1.4 billion on e-citizen. We've had this story before.
Yes, we have, in terms of what happens with the 50 shillings every time.
And there's a gentleman who's is mentioned. His name is James Ayugi, the Webmaster CEO. Auditor flags cyber tax risk. MPs demand ownership contracts details, and so forth and so forth.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll come back and look at the details of those. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll take a look at what's happening with weather and traffic on this Friday morning, and then come back and look at the details. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Running a business in Kenya and struggling with slow, expensive cross-border payments? With Verto, you can send and receive money globally, faster, cheaper, and hassle-free. Pay suppliers, collect payments, and expand internationally with ease. 49 currencies, 190 plus countries. One powerful platform, better rates, faster settlements, secure transactions, global payments made easy. Sign up today at www.vertofx.com. Verto, your global business payments partner.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 15. It's 13 and cloudy in Nakuru with 12 and cloudy conditions in Nyeri. It's 13 and clear in Eldoret, and into Mombasa cloudy at 25 with 26 and cloudy conditions in Malindi. It's 18 and clear in Kisumu with 17 and cloudy conditions in Kakamega. 19 and mostly clear in Kampala, and looking into a mostly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 27. We'll see highs of 32. It's clear at 16 in Johannesburg, and Mogadishu at 25 is mostly sunny already. 13 and clear in Addis Ababa, while it's mostly clear at 28 in Lagos. It's clear at 25 in Kinshasa. 13 and hazy over Beijing, while 4 degrees and mostly cloudy in London. in Paris, and 3 degrees and mostly cloudy in London. New York, Thursday night is cloudy at 9 degrees. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 9 and lows of 4.
SpiceFM. Spice up your life.
All right, what's it looking like this Friday morning? Some traffic starting to build right around Kangunta Road and a little bit of that on the Thika Superhighway as you head out towards the city. But beyond that, nothing much happening. You're not going to be clicking on too much traffic, not at this hour. Some of that traffic will come in from Githurai and then head its way through towards Kasarani and out towards Garden City. But I think we'll just see a free flow of traffic through the morning. We'll keep an eye on Gong Road and on Langata Road because we know that Magadi Road will pile up at some point. So watch out for that and try to keep things moving this morning. Talk to us. Let us know about what's going on in your neck of the woods. And as we do, let's do it on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 19 minutes to 7 o'clock. And I want to look at this story of the 4-star brat, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, is, we know, the son of President Wairimu Museveni. Yes, he's in the army, but when we saw the outbursts that he was making on social media a couple of years ago, there were many questions as to what may have been going on in his mind. The man, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, born on the 24th of April in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, 1974. He's a prominent Ugandan military officer and the son of President Yoweri Museveni and First Lady Janet Museveni. He's the eldest of their 4 children. Muhoozi's early education spanned several countries due to his family's movements during periods of political unrest. He attended schools in Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, the UK and Egypt. He attended the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst, in UK for his officer cadet course and the Egyptian Military Academy, completing both the company and battalion commanders courses. Throughout his career, Muhoozi has held several key positions within the Uganda People's Defence Force. He served as the commander of the Special Forces, SFC, from 2008 to 2017, and again from December 2020 to 2021. So June 2021, he was appointed commander of UPDF Land Forces, a position he held until October 2022. In March 2024, he was promoted to the role of Chief of Defence Forces, making him the head of Uganda's military. Now, what's the problem? If he's done all these things and, he seems to have risen in the ranks, the question is, what's going on? Well, the headline after this, they've given 2 pages of coverage to Muhoozi. Mm-hmm. Rebel-rousing general with love for diplomatic squabbles. It would appear that he would wake up in the morning and put something on X. And many say, does he know the diplomatic carnage that would be caused by this? And I'm saying, absolutely, yes, he does. And that's the reason why he's doing it. He's not doing it because there was a moment of instability only. And he said, let me put something on X. No. There was a point that he's trying to put across and he's saying something and he's wanting to see what your reaction will be. But here you are saying, there must be an hint of instability somewhere. He's just saying things out of the blue.
This is a man who, Kenyans talk about the time when you talk about Nairobi, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
He made threats against Sudan.
Yes.
And Khartoum, yes. Asked Uganda to apologize for his comments. There's a tirade against the U.S. ambassador to Uganda, a gentleman by the name of William Pope. There was, as for the things he has said about what are referred to as opposition leaders, Bobby Wine and Kizza Besigye, my goodness, there are many, many, many. What we are often referring to is now social media. Proceed. Mm-hmm. Social media. Mm-hmm. Because that is where he reigns supreme.
And he says whatever he wants. And he doesn't realize that as a result of... I think he does realize. He does realize that as a result of what he's saying, he's going to throw a lot of people into a tailspin. And he sits back and enjoys the aftermath of the things that he has said. He tweets from the hip, has everyone on edge because he's not sure, when he says we're going to attack Nairobi. So Nairobi's on tenterhooks and saying, Is Yoweri Museveni and his government, as well as his defense forces, actually going to attack Nairobi because of 1, 2, 3? He says the same thing about Sudan, and then Sudan is on tenterhooks. Oh my God, are they actually going to attack us because of 1, 2, 3? And he does this, has a pretty little laugh with himself, and then he goes on to his business and then does something else later.
It is so interesting that he goes too far. His father apologizes on his behalf. At one point, he apologized to Kenya. You're thinking, okay, is it that bad?
It is actually correct that his father should apologize because a threat made against a state, an acceptable apology must be from the head of that particular country.
But this is what he is doing, not just as any other commander-in-chief, but son to the head of state.
Imagine what you would imagine about the disciplined forces, the defense forces, that there is a certain amount of discipline in their behavior, in their speech, and just in their general, how they comport themselves. For this gentleman, who is the highest ranked, right? And who also leads the defense forces to say something like this: the women to men ratio in Kenya must be extremely dangerous. I went to a restaurant last night and a beautiful woman kidnapped me.
Abby.
So the comment sparked humorous reactions across social media, with some Kenyan users jokingly welcoming him to Nairobi nightlife, while others criticized him for making such careless remarks. Of the most notable recent social media rant by the general, his tiff with Winnie Byanyima, the wife of Uganda's opposition leader Kizza Besigye, could have been dramatic. Could have been the most dramatic. The top military official went after Byanyima after she mentioned his past relationship with President Museveni. There was nothing normal about your relationship with my father. After she mentioned her past relationship with President Museveni. There was nothing normal about your relationship with my father. You found a happy home and tried to wreck it. You're a disaster of a woman. That's what his post said. Byanyima hit back, warning that she could reveal damaging evidence if Muhoozi continued spreading falsehoods. She also subtly suggested that he might need mental health assistance, a remark that further ignited debate over Muhoozi's online conduct.
Hey, that's not a tiff.
It's not a tiff. It's probably the big brother or the senior auntie of a tiff. But these are some of the things that we're looking at, and people are starting to ask questions about whether it's okay. It wouldn't take us, my army and me, 2 weeks to capture Nairobi, he said in October 2022. This statement, implying a potential military invasion of Kenya, did not sit well with Kenyans. The backlash was immediate, with many citizens condemning the remark as reckless and unnecessary provocation between neighboring states. Rather than de-escalating the situation, Muhoozi followed up with another tweet and said, you think that one was bad? Let me tell you. I love my Kenyan relatives. Constitution? Rule of law? You must be joking. For us, there is only the revolution, and you will soon learn about it.
Hey, Muhoozi.
Yep. Up on the Tuko.
Sawa.
So he's an interesting man to watch, that's for sure. And it'll be interesting to see what he does next.
But let me just mention, you see, the thing that you must mention, he's not the only leader. He just happens to be head of the military. But leaders have been known to say things that could probably, shake you to your very roots. If you look at the comments that have been made by the current U.S. president, okay, what is it that man has not said?
Can you find comparison between the two?
Yes, exactly. What about North Korea's president? The things he has said he would do to South Korea and the U.S. and other nations threatening military action. The late Muammar Gaddafi also known speeches at the UN, okay, including calling for the abolition of Switzerland and accusing Western countries of imperialism. We've had leaders who've had things to say. The only difference is this: they would say certain things and then keep quiet. This gentleman that is the subject of our discussion right now, unfortunately, never lets up.
He has a pattern.
Yeah, just when you think. One, George W. Bush, remember when he commented about the axis of evil? He had decided Iran, Iraq, North Korea, okay? The world leaders have been known to say some genuinely crazy things. Some more known than others. There was a guy in the Philippines, he was the leader, he was called Rodrigo Duerte. Anyway.
Yeah, we got it.
All I'm saying is, this gentleman is actually following a tradition of the world leader. Now, these are, by the way, him is Army General Uganda.
Yes.
These ones are
presidents
saying genuinely crazy things. And the people are going, hey.
And what really captures me is also sometimes when they literally come out guns blazing against the media. And we've had some of that here in Kenya, but of course President William Ruto came up and said, we shall not interfere with the media. Muhoozi has actually said or claimed that he would set up his own TV and radio channels devoted to MK movement to promote his political ambitions. He's not hiding it from them. As much as we expect that every other nation has, like we have KBC, we're not saying that entirely, only giving government kind of conversations, but for him now, he's outright saying, I will have my own radio and TV stations for that particular reason. And I'm imagining what he would be saying on that, on his platforms, if he's this crazy on Twitter.
Anki, there is no government on this continent that doesn't have a national media house. None.
No, they all have.
So you can air what you want.
But Muhoozi would be extreme.
Let's take a step back. Let's take a step back. Of the things he has said, has he actioned any of them?
No, he hasn't.
So what does he tell you? Let's speak of somebody who knows what he's doing or someone who doesn't know what he's doing.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yes.
Come on.
He knows what he's doing.
Yes.
No wonder he keeps doing them with the same magnitude.
Because he knows that it's going to throw everybody into a tailspin, and then he's going to sit back and watch the carnage that happens as all of you are now either, ramping up your security or you're preparing the perfect comeback for him. He's
giving
fun.
him 2 pages in a
Or giving him 2 pages in the paper. 3 pages in the paper. Okay, let's go to another story as Muhoozi sits back on his X.
Let me look at the back page, and this week I'm all about education because my scandal, another scandal. Paying of unremitted 26 billion shillings lecturers' pension. All right. The situation leaves thousands of university employees facing a bleak future. Lecturers and university staff risk retiring in poverty as employers are withholding pension contributions now totaling 25.9 billion shillings. Records from the university's fund show the unremitted employer pension contributions are the largest pending bills for universities, surpassing pay-as-you-earn, arrears and debts owed to suppliers and contractors. The revelations emerged during a 2-day conference in Naivasha, Nakuru County, which brings together university leaders, policymakers and private sector partners to discuss alternative funding models. Now, what we're looking at is the data from the university's fund further shows that total university debts stand at 72.2 billion shillings as of 2025. However, universities have yet to remit 25.9 billion deducted from staff salaries over the years for pension contributions, along with other 20 billion shillings for payee. Other unremitted deductions include SACCO contributions amounting to 3.3 billion shillings, unpaid supplier debts 3.1 billion shillings, and 5.1 billion shillings for stalled capital projects. The situation leaves thousands of university employees facing a bleak future as they approach retirement. Just when you need the money, you're facing a bleak future. You've been serving all those years in not a small, job group. All these years, remitting, and of course this has been cut from your salary, you're taking an amount home, but now here you are just about to exit and scandal.
Yes.
How does that feel, really? Even when they read this themselves, somebody's actually part of this right now.
Okay. And all this is happening in Kenya, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. And we're just a wonderful country.
In broad daylight.
The star, Siasa. Will Raila shape Kenya's political landscape? Well, why don't you wait and see? Governors say KPLC operating with impunity, abusing monopoly. You read this story. It was in one of the other papers, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to talk about it?
No, you go ahead, please.
Thank you so very much. There's a picture of the Nairobi governor, Johnson Sakaja. Senators and governors have turned the heat on Kenya Power, accusing the agency of operating with impunity and abusing its monopoly. In a strong-worded statement, the Council of Governors said, for a long time, KPLC has wielded what describes unchecked power over counties and even disconnecting power to hospitals. I have one question. Have they ever disconnected power to an entity that has paid the bill? An entity that didn't have a debt?
Is there one?
I'm asking the question, and I'm asking part 1A. 1B. Anyone who's had their power disconnected, have they been told about the possibility of disconnection? Have they been warned and have been told, please pay by this time or else this and this will happen?
I would
Prior
say
to
yes.
it.
I would say yes, they have.
They have disconnected.
No, that they've been warned prior to disconnection.
All right.
Yeah.
If they've been warned prior to disconnection, are there people who've had their power, and I'm saying people as in entities and
even
individuals.
homes, households?
Yes. Have they had their power disconnected and they have made an attempt to reach out and probably say, I don't have this money, I'm going to pay this? Or have they kept quiet and hoped that the disconnection wouldn't take place?
I offer that they have actually gone ahead and said, you know what, this is the problem, this is where I am, can we reach some kind of middle ground?
Are there people who owe money but still have power running through their systems?
Yes.
Okay, so how have they managed to do that?
By keeping the communication lines open and talking about when a windfall will reach, this is what then will be able
Communication, very, very paramount.
Precisely. So when somebody says, if we take that what we're reading here is true, that indeed it is attributed to the Council of Governors, and we look at the full story on page 6. By the way, it is a full story here on page 6. Instant analysis. Let me just read this out so that you can understand. Government sought to end the monopoly held by KPLC in distributing electricity. The government's approach was to allow independent electricity producers to sell power directly to consumers, apart from allowing other firms to sell power, which would compete with KPLC. The number of electricity distributors was set to increase in March 2024. The Energy Cabinet Secretary gazetted the Energy Electricity Market Bulk Supply Open Access Regulations 2024. Okay? So, if you're talking about a monopoly, it's not a monopoly that has been grounded in law. Our laws have altered it so other people can actually have a stab at this. Okay? Governor says that there's an endless bullying by Kenya Power, and they're saying this must stop. MPs pushing to have consumers allowed to buy tokens from producers. And the story goes on and on. Again, the question I'm asking, are there people who've had their power disconnected and they had paid? Simple question.
Are there people who've had like higher power bills than what you should actually be paying, and then what was the process that you actually went down and said, hey, this is not my bill?
Yes.
And has that been sorted out?
I'm reminded of a story. I think it was kind of political. It became political with time. I remember there is a member of parliament who slapped a KPLC employee at some point. I don't know what it is they were doing with the connections and power lines. I think that's in all the due respect that I can accord. Nimron Bai. Do you remember that story?
I remember something.
The saga that came with that slap, the hot slap. Was it a slap or was it a gun?
Or was it a hot slap?
And there are also incidents, and I want to take this back to the listener and the viewer. So the comment section should get busy right now, because there have been concerns about KPLC probably giving you higher bills than yours, than are expected, leave alone the meter, just the people who still have the old way of being billed, and there's been uproar for a while, maybe in the last years, of extra bills, just they're a bit too higher than expected. And you ask yourself, Nana Mitumia is Tima, all right? So we can't say KPLCs are angels as well. And there could be households, as we're speaking, that have experienced the power being cut without prior notice. We just can't say, if they are there, they should tell us in the comment section.
Well, it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Now, so we have literally 1 minute, but let me tell you this story. It's a Shah story. We can't run away with what's going on with Shah. There's a picture there of Medical Services PS Harry Kimtai, who, when he appeared before the National Assembly's Health Committee on the 19th of February, hospitals uphold Shah suspension despite state's pledge to clear the debt. So the state has come out and said we're going to pay. The CS Treasury was here yesterday and said, these things are going to be sorted out. Private hospitals are saying, no cigar, because we've been told things like this before. That has not happened. Private hospitals have remained firm on their decision to suspend Social Health Authority cover services despite the Ministry of Health's pledge to verify claims before processing payment. This comes even after a meeting between the hospitals and the Ministry of Health aimed at resolving the suspension, which has left patients without access to care, well, at least at these hospitals. Rural, Urban and Private Hospital Association Vice Chair Joseph Karaoke insisted the hospitals will continue withholding services for SHA beneficiaries. The suspension of SHA services remains in place, says Karaoke. Some hospital representatives expressed disappointment with the meeting's agenda. The discussion was completely different from what we expected. We came to discuss apples and oranges. You guys are out here discussing camels and donkeys. The meeting convened, that's just me. The meeting convened by Principal Secretary for Medical Services, Harry Kimtai, bringing it together representatives. But unfortunately, they did not reach a consensus. And it looks like, for the meantime, the status quo remains. All right, we're going to get into our Healthy Friday conversation after 7 o'clock. We're going to be talking about erectile dysfunction. So it's something that we want to be tuned into as we do that. More conversations coming. Good morning, everybody. It's now 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The government has extended the raw in-shell macadamia export ban as harvesting begins tomorrow. In a statement on Thursday, Agriculture CS Mutahi Kagwe said the ban is in line with the Agricultural Food Authority Act, the Oil Crops, Nuts and Crops Regulations of 2020 and other national and international obligations. Kagwe urged farmers to register under the Kenya Integrated Agricultural Management Information System to facilitate better sector planning and access to government services. He said the Agricultural Food Authority will coordinate with county governments to support the formation of farmer groups through e-extension services, subsidize fertilizer distribution and market information sharing. A Macadamia Nuts Standing Committee added will be formed to implement the policy directives, improve traceability and address non-compliance by industry players. President William Ruto has told of opposition politicians who vowed to ensure that he becomes a one-term president, saying they've no vision for the nation. Speaking in Lamu County as he continued with his development tour of the coast, Ruto said the opposition was busy plotting his removal instead of addressing national issues.
Na msiwajali wale matapeli, wale wachache ambao hawana mpango. Nimejaribu kuwasikiza kwa makini. Wale wanaongea kwenye mitandao, wanaongea kwenye maredio, wanazungusha maneno kwenye magazeti. Nimejaribu kuwasikiza kwa makini hawa watu wako na mpango gani. Ati mpango yao yote eti ni kumuondoa Ruto. Hawana sera, hawana mpango, hawana maoni, hawana maono, hawana chochote. Niwaambie wale mwenye kuweka viongozi na kuwaondoa ni Mwenyezi Mungu, sio nyinyi.
Former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has said he will not betray Kenyans as they wait for his highly anticipated address today, where he's expected to announce his next political move. It comes 2 weeks after his loss in the African Union Commission chairmanship elections in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Raila kicked off his consultative meetings on Tuesday, starting in Kisumu, where he met elders from the Luo Council. This came a day after he met President William Ruto in Mombasa.
We're not going to betray our people in whatever we do. What we do must be something that is done in the best interest of the people of Kenya. This mission is a consultative mission. I'm moving around the country to consult our people after what happened in Addis Ababa. I've listened very carefully to views that have been expressed by those who are here. And I can say that these people have given me a carte blanche. That is a blank check. I can write an amount on it. They have said that they have faith in what you're going to do and that they will support what you do because they know that it's going to be in the interest of our people.
This event comes as the ODM party marks its 20th anniversary at a ceremony to be held in Busia County today at Bukiri Primary School in Funyula.
I want to ask all Kenyans, wherever you are, welcome to Bukiri Primary School as ODM, the biggest party in East Africa, celebrates 20 years since its inception, since it is founding.
Oscar-winning actor Gene Hackman and his wife appeared to have been dead for quite a while when the couple and their dog were found on Wednesday afternoon at their home in the U.S. state of New Mexico, police say. Hackman, aged 95, was discovered in a side room near the kitchen of the house in Santa Fe, while his wife Bessie Arakawa, a 65-year-old classical pianist, was found in a bathroom. Authorities reported no signs of injury but deemed the deaths suspicious enough to investigate and have not ruled out foul play. No cause of death was given. In a wide-ranging career, Hackman won 2 Academy Awards for The French Connection and Unforgiven. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Okay, let's take a look at what's happening with traffic on the roads this morning. It's a Friday morning and not too much clicking from where we are. On the Thika Superhighway, there's a little bit of that as you get towards Survey. Beyond that, coming in from Wairimu, it's easy street through and through the Northern Bypass, giving through towards Kiambu Road. Not much happening here. You're going to go around Muthaiga Square also without an issue. Langata Road looks good for now. Magadi Road is going to pile up. I can tell you from the jump, it's already starting to look busy. As you come past the Multimedia University, it's going to be busy through the morning. Gong Road is all right, and the Eastern Bypass looking good, at least for now. We'll keep an eye on all of this as we get into traffic hour proper, and we'll talk, won't we? SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
There's something magical about finding the place you call home. The place where every laugh echoes, every meal feels like a celebration, and every day brings new memories. A home where milestones matter, such as birthdays, anniversaries, family dinners, and all the moments in between that make life special. At DTB, we understand that a home is not just an address. It's the place where you build your life. With an interest rate as low as 9% and up to 105% financing, own your dream home with DTB. You can call us on 0719 031 888 or email us on mortgages@dtbafrica.com or visit our website at www.dtbafrica.com. DTB. Bank with us. Bank on us.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
7 minutes after 7 o'clock into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Friday. It's the 28th of February and we're clicking strong out of the month and out of the week as well. Getting into a healthy Friday conversation at this hour. But before we do that, CT, you've been waving this wand and I'm liking the diamond dust that you've been spreading all over the place. Spread some more this Friday, won't you?
Today is Friday, so I will ease the conversation and not burden anybody with too much information. Just corrective, directive, easy to consume information. Diamond Trust Bank, that's what we refer to as DTB. It's a bank. Diamond Trust Bank has a mortgage plan. It has a mortgage process. It has mortgages for those who are employed, those who are self-employed, those who are in the diaspora. Note, we're not asking what you do there. You're just in the diaspora and you have money.
It's okay.
Yes, it is very okay. You can get up to 105% of your loan if you are employed. If you're in the diaspora, up to 80%. All these things are determined by the money you have, the needs you have, the sort of house you want to buy. And to mix all these things and get to an understandable conclusion, you need to have a conversation. That conversation can be had if you send a message via email, and it is mortgages@dtbafrica.com. Email, okay? Say, I am XYZ and I want to buy WPF, okay? That sort of thing. And the sort of thing, and I earn PFY. That's the thing. Now, or simply take a walk to a branch and look for where they say customers and go there and say, I'm not your customer, but I want to be one, and I have this problem. Can we have a chat? You will have a chat, and you will be told the way forward is this. Walk ye in it.
This is the way. This is the way.
Yes.
Walk you in it.
Yes.
Sawabasi. Okay, that's great. You know what? Let me also tell you about some other. Let me give you some numbers, eh? 1 million. Park that. 155,000. Park that. 267 million. Park that. What are we talking about? 1 million people make their way into the job market every year. Not all of them are, armed with the skills that they need to actually then be able to traverse these waters. And, something may be lacking here or there. So the KCB Foundation, through the 2Jiajiri program, has then said, you know what, we see this gap and let's help you fill the gap. So people apply between the ages of 18 and 35 for essentially what's a scholarship. This scholarship then allows you to be in a 6-month training course across different fields, whether it's catering, like Wangari Felista that we had yesterday, who bakes now these delicious cakes, or whether it is somebody who's an automotive engineer with the lovely young lady that we had a conversation with 2 weeks ago, or whether it is somebody who then started their own mechanic shop after they went through the course, like the gentleman that we spoke to 3 weeks before. These are real individuals who've been through this program, entered into a 6-month training course, and then come out of it and either got a job or then been able to start their own business. But what's happening here is that linkages are being made between lack of opportunity and opportunity. And so far, 155,000 youth between the ages of 18 and 35 have been given this connection in Kenya, gotten into jobs, been able to save themselves and their families. And the KCB 2Jiajiri program is right behind all of this. You can actually click into this as well. The next cohort coming up soon, and you can apply to be put into the program as well. What do you need to do? You need to go to the website. It's www.kcbgroup.com/foundation. All right. Getting into our conversation for this morning, we will have our Healthy Friday conversation. Dr. will be with us shortly. You know what they do when they construct roads is that they don't always put the proper signage for you, but we'll bring that up a different day because it's one that could probably take a couple of hours for us to get through. But even as we do, the Shah menace continues to be a menace, and many people are saying many things. We did hear from the CS Ministry of Health just the other day when she did a tour in one health facility, and she told people Shah is working. Come on down basically and get your tickets because everything is all right. The Rural and Private Hospitals Association is saying, well, okay, that's great, but it's not working for us, so we're not going to be offering you services under the Shah cover. So in that respect, it's not working. Depending on where you go tomorrow or today before this impasse is actually dissolved, is that you will not be able to access care in some private and mission-based hospitals. And we're going into now the 4th week of these rumblings that have come out proper. And the question that we are trying to ask ourselves, even as we look into all of this, is, are the lines so terribly crisscrossed that we are not able to unravel it and actually get this thing to work?
The line's actually not crisscrossed at all. They are fuzzy, but they're fuzzy because those who know what is happening are not coming out and saying, this is what is actually happening. That constant repetition. So we are told, you have primary health care, okay? Shah is not SHIF, SHIF is not Shah. Shah is the authority that covers
all the
entirety of the healthcare program that the government has in store for its citizens.
Yes.
And then you say, to actually be able to actualize and activate the primary healthcare program, what is needed is this. This is where we are with it. So what we can do currently is this. But in order to ensure that we are not overloaded, we have a whole group of people we call community health promoters. Their job is to do the following, and in so doing and carrying out their mandate, they will be able to reduce significantly the burden that is often felt at the health facilities by ensuring that the diseases that take you and the accumulation of it that takes you to hospital are nipped in the bud. Okay? Then they tell you this one we call SHIF. SHIF works like this, your contributions. So what we need is this. Where we are at the moment is this. Okay, perhaps we're not telling you this thing well, so tell us, what do you want us to do so that we can understand how your contribution can reach the mark that is supposed to reach. Then you come to the critical care and emergency service and you say, this one, we need this. But we are here at the moment. It is a conversation that is difficult if you want it to be difficult. If you want to be honest and you want to have an honest conversation, you can have it. But tell the citizenry. The citizenry keeps hearing, oh, this thing is really wonderful. Actually, on paper, it is beautiful. It is truly beautiful. And tell them, this thing is not going to be achieved in a hurry. Let us tell you, for the next 2 years, this is what we're going to achieve. The other 2 years, this. Walk the journey. Chart the path. Let it be understood. And then let the citizenry walk the journey with you. But so long as we hear discordant statement, it is working. What is working?
And just looking at that, in that same light, transparency is a huge deal. Transparency, communication and transparency. And like you said, walk with the citizenry. Do not be at the top saying, well, this is working. And indeed, it's beautiful on the paper. Even the intention of it. Everyone does deserve quality health care. Universal health coverage is important. Every corner of this country deserves it. But if you do not involve people and they do not really have that like the outlined program and understanding of it, they equally feel cheated or just left out. Look, if these people could actually come out and have this conversation, and remember last time we were telling the deputy director, she done communication. He actually acknowledged that there is a problem with communication. But then here's another thing. The amounts of money owed to the private, hospitals, they're saying, well, we are ready to talk, but there's some level of commitment and honoring that commitment. Because there's one thing to commit, and there's another to actually honor the commitment.
In as much as there's a communication problem and a big one. Because I think that's the bane of many governments, and it's not just the Kenyan government. I think the bane of many governments is that you actually don't communicate on what you're doing. And what that does is that it throws people into a state of confusion and chaos. It's because you're not telling them how this thing will actually to run. Now, the Senate committee, and that's a direct answer to your question, Adrian, that the proceedings continued yesterday, and there are questions that they're asking. We did see Senate Majority Leader Aaron Chariot put this question directly at the doorstep of the Ministry of Health, and not just the Ministry of Health in its entirety, but at the Cabinet Secretary's doorstep, and said, you have failed by not being able to communicate exactly what's happening with this thing. The information that you're giving is counterproductive to what is actually happening on the ground. So there's a big problem there. But you know what? We had the CS here again yesterday, and this is one of the things that he said. We are trying to put money into health. Now, you see where they're trying to put money? Those tiers that you talk about, CT, 1 and 3. That's the problem.
2 here.
2 here is you.
And you paid for it. And you will get, when you hear it's working, it's 2 that's working.
2 is working. You're going to go to hospital today, and you need to be admitted for whatever reason, thing here 2-3 days and the whatever. It'll be fine, and it'll pay for it because you've paid for it. They are not putting money in 1 and 3, and those are strictly government-funded funds. They are the ones that are funded by government, and not enough money is going there by the own admission of the CEO of Treasury, which is the CS, who said, you know what? We are trying to balance things here and there, but it's going to be dim for a very long time. And this is my question.
Take a deep breath. Thank you. No, go.
How do you budget for something? You know you don't have the money for it. You had a system that was not failing. I mean, it was maybe hobbling along, but it was not, just sliding down the hill on its bum. It was working at some kind of level until and unless you were able to be sure. Because let me tell you, you see SHIF that's working right now? That's SHIF the fund. It's the same thing as NHIF. There is no difference, by the way. What the money that you put in NHIF for you to be able to go to hospital and they pay for your bed and whatever is the same thing that's happening at SHIF.
Right.
So there's actually no difference. It's just that N changed to S. There's no difference. So until you're able to get your ducks in a row, why do you want to jump the line? You don't have enough money to get it done, don't do it. You don't have enough wherewithal for it to happen in the way it should happen from point A to point B, then don't do it. Wait until you can do it. Like you keep saying CT until we're almost tired of hearing. You piloted the thing.
Yes. I was coming there.
You piloted the thing. And you knew these were where the bottlenecks were.
You did.
So what's the point of a pilot if you're not going to use the results from the thing?
The idea was to just upscale.
Because what's the essence of the pilot? And I was coming to that because, you know, when you start something new, really, you should be prepared for anything. Systems failure just happened, pop. Someone actually challenged me and said, was there an alternative fallback plan? When you pilot something, you're looking at, these are the possibilities, this is how we could handle it when it happens. But this one, I don't know.
You know,
how did it just, how did you get here?
The thing about piloting, we had a process that was ongoing and had been ongoing. What we're piloting was this new thing.
Exactly.
Okay? But the other was going on as usual.
And you know, CT, they didn't do this in one place. They went to Isiolo, this part. They went to Kisumu, this part. They went to Machakos, Makueni, this part. And then they went to Nyeri.
Yes.
So you went to different parts of the country with different circumstantial elements playing out. So you were then able to see this can work, this cannot work. This can work, this cannot work. You did it for 6 months. You got results. What did you do?
Those results, believe me, would give you sufficient. They did roll out the findings. Now, the understanding of piloting is this. It informs you whether you can continue, and if you can, what you need to sort of like fix as you continue, what you need to enhance, etc., etc. Or perhaps you just need to dump the whole thing because this thing doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and
it's not working.
Absolutely. And that's okay to say, you know what, we've gone through the process. That's why you go through a process to figure out if it will work or not.
You admit it.
Yes. If you listen to what the citizenry are saying, counties rather, where the pilot took place, you'll find there are fewer complaints. Because when you pilot, you actually put the system in place to see how it works. So it is in place. So when you say you have this new system, these people already have a hang of what it is you need to do and how. Okay, it's called tweaking. Now the understanding was that from 5 you move to 10, from 10 you move to 20, like that. Okay, so that over a period of time, you'll say, by the time we get to 20 to 28, the entire country. See, Brazil has a decentralized system of government when it comes to healthcare like us. They have a universal healthcare system which actually works. Okay, it has many hiccups, many hiccups, but it works.
It works.
It works.
It does work.
Okay, despite the hiccups. See, the hiccups tell you that it is working. That's how you can actually get to see the hiccups. If it wasn't moving, there'd be no hiccups because essentially it would be dead. Okay? The will to see this thing work, despite making it a political statement that we brought in something new, the provision of healthcare that is needed by the citizenry is understood by the Ministry of Health. It is understood intimately. What needs to be done and where it needs to be done is understood, again, intimately. That little move to ensure that we actually set the ball rolling in the direction that is needed, not the politics of it where we are talking about what needs to be done, but what actually needs to be done, that unfortunately has been lacking.
I then have to ask the question, because that information that you would derive from a process, why are we so, is it shy or are we afraid to use the results? Because that's why you collect data and information.
Right.
Because then you can see the trend and the pattern, and you say, okay, over this, when we applied 1, 2, 3, this is the result that we got, and it actually works. We can take that and we can extrapolate that to the rest of the population. It can work. Why are we afraid to do that? The people who are in Muranga under Kangata care, are they mad?
No,
they have 2 heads. Something wrong with them. The people in Makueni under Kivuza Kibwana who set up the health system under which at some point governor himself went and said, you know what, why should I go somewhere else? I've touted this thing for the longest time. He had surgery. He did it right there at the Makueni level 5 hospital. The people who operate these, are they not Kenyans?
I believe they are.
What's the problem? Why are we so averse to using information that you've gathered from within a Kenyan population? City, you do this means testing, you do this research, you understand these numbers and collection of data, collation of all this information. Why can't you just take that then apply it to the rest? Why do we have to be so complicated? Because you know what that does? You see all this speculation that's running rife here? Back and forth. People saying, well, you know what was happening really was that there was a platform that was being set up and we needed somebody to be able to benefit from this platform. You people who are here shouting about, how you need level 1 and 3 to work, that's your problem. You're shouting, it's okay. But the people who are meant to benefit from the very beginning have benefited as you're shouting.
You see, if you understand the care and treatment that is provided for people who have the virus living in them, those who have tested HIV positive and who are on ARVs. The current process that we use that is referred to as test and treat, those who understand how ARVs work on the body and how they work against the virus didn't wake up in the morning and do this. No, a process was undertaken. Before, the understanding was when somebody has a viral load count of a certain level, then you put them on treatment. There was a study that was done. It was meant to be in 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. It ended up being in Kenya and Uganda. In Kenya, it was in the areas of Ombat and Migori County. Uganda, it was the Mbarara area. It was called Sustainable East Africa Research on Community Health Search. That is the study that now came up with the definitive understanding that if you start putting people on ARVs at the time they test positive, the outcomes improve significantly for the person. And the likelihood of the viral load getting to the point where they're almost undetectable was extremely high. So, test and treat was implemented. You asked and I've answered. The research is done, and over a period of time, this one needs to be implemented. It didn't take long. Papers were published, presentations were made, peer reviews were provided for, undertaken, and they said, look, this is what we need to do. Okay? Now, that process was actually what we followed, the likelihood of it, or the likeness of it, when we were piloting with universal healthcare.
Okay.
That information was clear as to what needs to be done, the path that needs to be followed. Now, you asked about Kangata Care. You asked about what was happening in Makweni. These are people who understood how to use data and how to use available information in providing health care. Those are examples of people who are using resources that are available to provide the health care needed. Okay? Now, you don't need 10 examples, not even 2. You only usually need 1 example to realize that this thing can be done. The question is how they're doing it. You find it begins with the will to do it. Okay? And then they ask, how best do we do it? And then they begin the process of doing it. Okay? If you look at the Brazilian model, local resources were also involved, meaning all the levies and taxes that the county government, or what they call the municipalities, were also used together with the national resources. Okay? We have a system where anytime you ask people to account for how it is the money is used, a blame game begins. But this money is delayed. Yes, but is it not eventually given? Yes, you see, but by the time it arrives, say, okay, no, okay, but it arrived. Yes, okay. When the year ended, how much of it had you gotten? Yeah, but there was this quarter that they didn't.
No.
Yeah, but the 3 quarters that you got, what did you use for it? No, but this quarter that we were expecting was. So you realize this conversation never really gets to an end. And then there's the ganging up. All of a sudden you hear, we as the Council of Governors, this is a statement we're making. Admittedly, they have more information than I do.
True.
But I'm always puzzled, and I'll continue being puzzled. All those billions being given, all those billions, monies that none of those regions can claim they had ever seen in the time since we had devolution. Can we sit back and say that we've seen what the money has done, really? There are changes, yes, and people keep talking of, it's better than it was before. Forget that story. It's nonsensical. We know things change. We are asking, can we see where all the billions have gone to? You don't answer the question that no one asked you. Can we see?
I like when you said the will. And it's good. The intention is good. All right? Let's just appreciate that, because you're trying to make sure we all have it, which is a good place to start. But the how? the plan, and I don't like that I'm bringing in this comparison, but I feel like I should. Is it just that we like to, you see, they say you have to concentrate on one thing, but that's not how it works. But you can do bits of things in a hurry. I'm saying this. University funding model has its own issues.
It does.
Even how it was rolled out. What is the hurry? Try and figure this thing out before you rush into it. There is the CBC, which is okay. The task force came in. But then again, another thing. So there's a lot of things staggering. I'm not sure if I should just be guided why that's staggering. Now, universal, and these are very basic things. Education and health. Don't play that. Education and health. Don't play that. That actually is who I am today. This is what makes me who I am. And food security. Don't play those three things. Now, it's a good idea, but how are you rolling it out? And if we really had it right, and we didn't have to rush through it, and also look at where it has worked, map it in here and make it work, and then communicate adequately, a system has to have issues. Of course, errors. There's always hiccups. We're not disputing that. But how they are actually addressed so that they work is where the concern is. It's not like we don't expect hiccups. I believe every normal Kenyan knows that even in your own household, you might have a good plan, but it might not always be a straight line. But how it is addressed is the problem.
Then you then have to ask whether the genesis of the intention was for it to work through and through.
I choose to trust. What do you think?
No, I'm sorry. I just have to look at what I'm seeing.
All right. You see.
Because the thing that is working now is the one that has always worked. This new thing that you want to come and introduce, as good as it may sound to the ears, is not working. And especially where you say you're going to apply funding for it to happen. And you've set it up on a system whereby the creators of the system in the very initial stages have been paid what they needed to set up the system. Yes, no. Yes. We heard the tunes of 104 billion that was going to be put aside to set up this whole health system. Who got that? Is it the people who go to hospital to get treated who got the 104 billion? No. Is it the people who need to be treated on a daily basis? No. Is it the hospitals who were owed money from the previous system that are being paid from this 104B? No. So, was it not designed from the very beginning to fail?
Is it?
Is it working?
I am following my sister.
If it is working and we don't...
The CS said that the people who, in fact, the director said the people who write to him and said, this is really good. Did you not hear? It is really working. He gave us success story.
What was he referring to?
Did he specify to you
people
at what
who texted him.
Did he specify at what level it was working?
No, at that part I don't think was clear.
You see, these conflicting stories, break it down. When people say, we've asked this question over and over, when people say it is working or not working, what exactly is not working? Simple enough question.
All right.
Because you've gone there to seek healthcare. What is it that you sought? Because visits to hospital don't all conform to one ailment.
True.
The needs are different. So what is it?
Exactly. Brian Leshenga made it very clear to us that if you walk into hospital today, save for the current impasse that's going on, if you walk into hospital and get treatment, the hospitals are actually doing the favor and having these services on credit, hoping for a time where government will actually fund them for the work that they have done.
Right.
That's the system. That's how it normally works, even with insurance and things. You pay
actually,
and then
that is exactly how it works.
Yeah, you get paid later. So when you say it's working, it's the hospitals who are actually giving credit to the government.
And these complaints that you hear of, private insurers of health have had similar problems. Some have closed down because of these very same things that you hear.
True.
But what they do is, if you are under certain insurance cover and you're in hospital, you will be visited by a representative of that insurance.
Yep.
They'll send you a card. They'll come and visit you and say, I am so and so. I work for this. I just want to find out how you're doing. Meaning, they want to physically verify that you are indeed in hospital and you're indeed receiving the care that you're supposed to. And they employ insurance companies employ medical doctors now to do this very same thing. Why? Because they have suffered in the past. Collusion between this group and that group and this group and that group. People who don't even exist. Now, in this country, where, for instance, remember we were talking about this fund, the Hustler Fund.
Yes.
And there were reports of people who had received loans and were yet to be born. Remember that one?
Yes, I do. I remember.
Yes.
Some are not even 18 yet.
No, those are the ones who haven't reached the age of maturity in the country.
But they're in.
Yeah, but some hadn't been born.
Yes.
Meaning, by the time they applied for the loan, okay, later on they were born, yes.
Yeah, but by the time they had applied for the loan, they didn't exist.
Now, when you hear such things, you either think someone is spinning a very tall yarn, or you think, what sort of people are we to go to this extent to be fraudsters? Because that's
exactly
what sort of people are we?
Fraudsters.
And you see, the problem for me is, tell people what is happening. If you're supposed to fund level 1 and then you don't have the money, guess what? Tell them that that's not happening. But people don't want to tell you because, and that's why I have to question intent. From the very beginning, I must question intent because there's already a certain level of not even mistrust, but distrust. So the minute something that you said is going to work is not working, people are going to start questioning and asking, what's going on here? So then somebody else wants to go further and say, okay, are we looking at a situation where you created a platform so that a very few people in this cogs in this wheel then would benefit? I have to ask, because it would not be the first time that something like that has happened. Are there certain individuals who are meant to benefit from this system being set up? Because if not, why is it not working? Or if you knew that at level 1 and level 3, the most, if you shake everything and turn it upside down, the most that you can get is 100 billion. Then let's say that we have a pool of 100 billion, first come, first serve, and as we continue, we'll move on like that. What is wrong with just saying it as it is? You throw people into a mess. Here they are and they're asking you, somebody has a bill of 600,000 shillings. They've been in ICU for 3 days. Then you pay 80,000.
And guess what? They're the same people you keep urging. Please, go out and register. Take your kin with you.
No,
I know the shift part is working. No. But you see, the government has to do its part as well. And I'm very proud. I'm a very proud Kenyan. I'm proud of Kenyans who are loyally and patriotically, if there's a word like that, remitting what they have to through their pay slips, or some actually just doing it from their, they're self-employed. So even in the analysis that Brian gave, the part that is working is Kenyans' part to play. I have a great concern with the government's part to play.
Would you believe that we're actually in a country where there's a time in our history people were volunteering to pay taxes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very true. Let's pay because we see that it's necessary for government to do 1, 2, 3.
And it's working.
And people will pay.
And it was working. I think they were seeing the results of it.
They were paying.
They were paying.
The people should register.
Yes.
The government, however, must also take the time and bother to continuously get people to understand what this whole thing is about.
Yes. Absolutely.
So that as you register, you keep hearing so you understand. If there are limitations, you are told so you understand.
Yeah.
But you keep registering. Because the truth is, in the absence of everybody who's eligible registering, this system will not work.
Exactly.
All of it.
We're still talking about health.
They have to have money. Yes.
So talking about health and taking a bit of a pivot on our Healthy Friday conversation this morning. And we'll continue when we come back from this break at 24 minutes to 7 o'clock. We'll take a look at weather and traffic and be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny in Nairobi at 15 and 13 and sunny in Nakuru, with 13 and sunny conditions in Nyeri and partly sunny conditions at 15 in Eldoret. Mombasa at 26 will be sunny through Friday with 27 and sunny conditions in Malindi, 20 and sunny in Kisumu, with Kakamega at 18 sunny, going to highs of 36. Kampala is mostly sunny at 20 with highs of 32, and Dar es Salaam at 27, sunny going to highs of 32 as well. At 16, Johannesburg is sunny going to highs of 25, while Mogadishu at 27 is sunny with highs of 31. It's sunny at 14 in Addis Ababa with highs of 26, and we're looking into a mostly clear Lagos at 27 with highs of 33. It's clear at 25 in Kinshasa, going to highs of 33.
Spice up your life.
Okay, so we're not having too much trouble with traffic this morning. Let's take a look at the Eastern Bypass, where traffic is then actually starting to build as you come towards North Airport Road. Outer Ring, as you come around that loop, it's going to have some traffic, bumper to bumper. You're going to get through to the middle of Outer Ring, just past that Tasia Junction, and you should be okay. Coming towards Mama Lucy Hospital on Kangundo Road, there is quite some traffic, and also on the Thika Superhighway as you just come past Survey, bumper to bumper in some parts. Limuru Road is also busy coming in from United Nations Avenue, and we're starting to see the build up right around Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley. The Southern Bypass looks good as you get towards that Langata Road interchange, but there it is. Traffic on Magadi Road is starting to build up as you then get towards the Langata Road junction, so let's watch out for that. Otherwise, we're able to keep things moving smoothly. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, it's 20 minutes to 8 o'clock. We were to have a Healthy Friday conversation around certain things. Our guest, unfortunately, will not be able to make it today, and was going to have that conversation around erectile dysfunction, and we probably look at having that conversation later. But things are still looking up. And even as we continue with our conversations around the health sector, let's just look at, so what would be some of the challenges to actually telling people the real problem? What's wrong with telling people the real problem around a particular issue, especially when you're dealing with a few of you in positions of leadership vis-a-vis millions of people who are going to access this system?
Truth telling, I think we're a bit stiff-necked about this, wouldn't you say? People know what needs to be done, but somehow you want to find a circuitous way of explaining something which is fairly straightforward. We have a system that needs to be funded. The funding will come from people paying a certain percentage of their salaries. The other funding will come from the government. Now, government funding comes from taxes.
Yes.
That's how government doesn't sell beans or flowers or cars or... No, government doesn't do that. Taxes, that's how they get their money. So, when people pay taxes, the government has money. But people can't pay taxes if they do not have the money. So, how do you get people to have money? You ensure that the economy is vigorous by ensuring that there is some very serious circulation of money within the economy. Now, this the government can do. This only the government can do. There's something we've been calling pending bills for the longest time. 95% of those who are owed this money are from 1 shilling. If we just use that as a point of departure, probably 1 million shillings, not even 10 million. Okay? The others are the ones who are above that. Now, if this money, hypothetically speaking, was released into economy, there are many things that people are not doing that they'd be able to do. People who have done business with government and haven't been paid means they also haven't paid people who facilitated the business that they were doing. And the chain goes on. If the money is released, guess what happens? All this money cascades and goes down, and suddenly people are doing what they were doing before. So there's money in the economy. Guess what happens?
What?
The government has more people to tax. The government has more sources to tax. Guess what? The government then has more money. It's not complicated. But so long as that doesn't happen, We can talk until we foam at the mouth. The situation that we see will have a downward spiral. No, it will not have a steep incline. No. Now, here we are. What then do we do?
I need to keep asking the question, though. Why would you put something in the budget? Because you don't just budget and walk away. You appropriate as well. It's an entire bill that goes into the same process. And mind you, the budgeting process does not take place on the 1st of June. The budgeting process for any fiscal year takes place in September. That's when it actually begins, and you start to see, okay, this is what we're going to budget. This is what each department of government needs in order to function. You go through that entire process for the next 6 to 7 months. You're on it before you then come. But you have projections, and you know that this is the number that we're looking at, and that's why you're able to release that information December, January. You can do that because you've been into 3 months of this. You spend a lot of time. People have been crunching the numbers. The bureaucrats are sitting in treasury losing their hair and going grey overnight because they're trying to figure out how we're going to do this thing. You get it done. Then you go back to Parliament, the budget making body, right? They're going to tell you how you're going to spend the money and where you're going to spend it from. Then you go through this entire process and you say, okay, fine. We're going to spend 6.5 odd billion shillings on this. We're going to spend millions on this. We're going to spend it on this. The appropriations means that you go into a process whereby you say, this is where we are going to get it from. So you know. Ahead of time. It's not a guessing game. You're not stabbing, you're not playing, Spanish piñata in the dark and trying to land on something. No, there's a formula. It's been applied. You have the funds. You get it from somewhere. You have budget lines.
Yeah.
Then some kind of mix of voodoo and juju happens along the way. And then you say, we don't have the money to have it happen. Not only do you say that, but then as a result of that, you then plunge people into an unrecoverable situation for as long as you're not able to sort it out. It baffles me.
Personally.
As I am like this, with my full chest, I am confused.
Okay.
I am completely, I don't understand it.
And I'm imagining
I don't get it.
I'm imagining a listener and a viewer who is even now more confused because you with your full chest and all this information you have, you do not understand. Now listen, somebody else is even going goo gaga with this scenario, which is not even funny. Now, I was trying to look up what other issues surrounding SHA, because, of course, finances, major is financial. But look at this. An analysis was made, and the social health insurance, for those who are trying to figure out what this SHA is, in Kenya has faced a number of complications, including not just the financial, technical failures were witnessed, delays, financial uncertainty, and within the technical failures, the digital claims management system has had security flaws and operational issues. We've had the SHA portal that has been non-functional, causing delays in surgeries in some cases. There have been issues with patient verification, including non-functional credentials and automatic lockouts. Now, that is bad. That is not really good, especially when it comes to you presenting yourself and you're seeing issues with your verification, non-functional credentials, and automatic lockouts. On delays, there have been delays in processing claims, there have been delays in pre-authorizations for critical procedures, and there have been delays in outpatient services. This is just an analysis that came forward. Also in financial uncertainty, what we're talking about today on the stalemate, etc., hospitals have had to restrict or deny services to patients relying on SHA, even most recently with the private hospital and religious-based institutions of healthcare. Hospitals have had to ask patients to pay cash upfront, and that's happening even as we're speaking today because of the debt that was transferred from NHIF to SHIF, or SHA, if you like. Providers have expressed dissatisfaction with low reimbursement rates, etc. So when we're saying SHA is not working, it's a myriad of issues that ought to actually be looked at and communicated in detail. But we're not saying stop using it, but it's not working, throw it out. But if it can work, let's be clear on the line that works.
No, we're just saying make it work.
Yeah.
For me, I'm just saying make it work. And
do it quickly.
Is there shame, or is there shame maybe to a certain extent, and that you have to peel back on, whatever steps that you've made. But is there monumental shame, unrecoverable issues with coming out and saying, actually, you know what, guys, this thing that we thought was going to be able to work in this manner is actually not working. Can you just give us a minute to figure it out, and then we will come back with something that is there a problem with doing something like that?
The discussion in and of itself from a theoretical perspective is sound and there's no problem. But since ideas are implemented by individuals, you have to ask those who are supposed to implement it, where do they find the problem? Mm-hmm. What is it that they find bothersome? What is it that hinders them from having a simple, honest conversation? This issue of an honest conversation we've had almost from the time the situation was in...
started.
Yes, we've said just this conversation of, folks, this is where we are, this is what we need to do. I particularly liked the conversation we had with CS Treasury Mbadi. Mm-hmm. There are things he said that are not often said. Mm. We made mistakes. Most government officials will not, that word will not escape. In fact, I think it won't even be formed in their brains before it can be uttered.
It can't.
We are going to do the following because this is what we now need to do. We will live by our means. What that means is this. We are not going to be borrowing into the future. What that means is there'll be a shortage of this. There'll be a pinch here. It's the beginning of an honest conversation.
Right.
So this issue of shower, when people say, can it work? Actually, why don't we just dissect this thing?
Yes.
When you say a system is working, what do you mean? There's a promise that was made as to the implementation of it and the outcomes that you would see. So if you're told it has been implemented and the outcomes that you were told you would witness are not coming, then you wonder, yes, the question of is it working now comes into being. Okay. Then if you have to get granular, you say, it's a complex system. So let's find out. It was supposed to achieve 3 segments of service.
Right.
Are all 3 not working? And the answer will be no.
No.
Mm-hmm. No. 2 are not working. The second one is working. 2, the first and the third,
not so much.
Major hiccups. Second one, yes. So when you say, are there times when it has a problem? Said maybe, but does it work? Yes. Okay. And that's why people who've registered can tell you, I have registered and I got the service.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But our situation is not that straightforward. There's a hairpin bend. They are the service providers. Mm. And then history comes creeping in. There was NHIF, it owed money.
Yeah.
Now, in between, payments have been made to care providers. In the intervening time, promises of schedules have been made. Those schedules have had hiccups, they have not been met. So when you hear conversations, they seem to be staggered. Oh, we made payments. Yes, payments have been made. In accordance with the agreed upon plan, not necessarily. Okay, has a new arrangement been made? Because if this one isn't working, the understanding is, let's get back and talk again and see what's possible. Because when you say we want to do this, it's based on an assumption that certain things will be constant. If they are not, what then do you do? Mm-hmm. You call the people back and say, folks, please come. This thing is not quite what we thought. Let's say, this is what we're able to do now. Here it is. Okay?
Yeah.
But it has to be a continuous conversation. It's not one of these where you wait until there's a problem. Someone says, guy,
we have a problem, guys.
Yeah. See, by that time, the heckles are up. And people are less inclined to listen to each other.
Right.
The government is constrained. The government has needs that are constantly calling its attention. And there are many, and we understand. And that's why a lot of conversations are necessary. In the situation that we find ourselves in, those conversations are very necessary. But they have to be honest. Because if they're not honest, then don't have them.
They have to be honest.
And then we have to really be a country that understands that, yes, the government is constrained, right? We handle a lot of things, including the Eurobond, and we have deadlines here and there. But I put myself, Najita Mkutano, and I ask myself, what are our priorities? That's just the major question. Because ultimately, you have to handle all these things, but priorities. I don't know if I'm thrown too off.
No.
How are we prioritizing where we put the money? Which matter is of most urgency in that order?
I think we are. I think there's priority that's taking place.
Okay.
I think people are prioritizing. It's just not the priority that you think is.
It's not
what you think the priority would, because you would think that the priority would be sending children to school, making sure that if you rock up to a hospital and trying to get medical care that will be taken care of, making sure that the staple amongst people is actually affordable, things like that. You would think that's what the priority for certain individuals is very different from the priority of the majority. So in terms of priority, they're fulfilling. It is just not what would be prescribed by the rest of us. So in their minds, yes, it is a priority and it has been sorted.
And remember also, when you're talking about a discussion, what is the mindset of the citizenry of this particular country with reference to, one, the leadership, and I'm referring to the political leadership.
All right.
So, you see, many citizens are looking at this particular leadership through tinted glasses. The minds have already been made up. And when your mind is made up, it's like this government is XYZ, made up. So everything that you look at is from that made up mind. Mm-hmm. And this mind has been made up over time. It didn't happen in an instant. Promises made, not kept. Promises made, not kept. So thereafter, even when a promise is kept, you don't see it. That's the lens I'm talking of.
Interesting.
Because as far as you're concerned, these guys can't do anything right. So even if they do something right, you still won't see it. And then you get to a point where you actually don't want to see it.
It reminds me that there's a lot of things that are happening at the current moment, and the CS did actually give some light towards that. It's like the person who wants to go on a holiday, right? And you have no money in your pocket or your bank account or anything, but you show up at the airport and you say, okay, this is the plane that's taking us from point A to point B. Here I am, guys. And they ask you, okay, this is great. You want to travel? We have the facility. We can take you from Nairobi to Lamu. We can do that. We can also set up your accommodation and you'll be able to have a jolly old time. You can eat for the next 3 days. You can party on the, floating boat. You can do anything that you want to do. So, we can set you up with that, no problem. And you say, okay, great. Actually, that's what I want to do. Mm-hmm. And maybe a year ago, I decided that this is what I wanted to do. And I said, okay, I'm going to need a budget of, 100,000 shillings to be able to do that. And you say, okay, wonderful. Then you don't bother to put anything in the pot for the 100,000, okay? You just say, we will cross that bridge literally when we get to it. So the 100K is just looking at you, waiting for you to say, please fill it so you can go. But you don't do that. But then you show up at the airport to take this flight, to go to this hotel, to do these fun activities, and you don't have a shilling in your pocket. Is that not sorcery? Is it not madness?
How is that supposed to happen?
How is it supposed to happen?
Miracle. Is it? How do you usually say that magic word? Abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
Okay, I do not know how to say it.
That is exactly what we are doing. We are doing abracadabra with people's lives.
I tell you what.
I'm telling you, that's what's going on. Because you say, the money, it's those people who, like CT, who wanted to go and stand in front of KEMSA and hope that a contract tender will fall on his head.
No. Those precedents, we were told.
Somebody who went and prayed.
Somebody who was passing by. That's what was reported. They passed by.
KEMSA.
And they were called in and they were given a contract.
Like that.
Eric and I passed by so many times, we realized this thing wasn't going to work.
Yeah. So even if you prayed.
We had this company that did the sort of things that they said we could do. We said, guy, why don't we just pass by and see? We might be called. Man, did we pass by?
And man, did you not get called?
And man, did we not get called?
So that's what I'm saying. We cannot continue in a situation whereby you hope you will pray and then money will miraculously fall from the heavens inside level 1 and level 3 of SHA.
Do you know what irks me? Do you know what breaks my heart? Let me go social, maybe a bit personal. That I am told to be patient, which I do not dispute. Patience is a virtue. It is important that we are patient. But be patient. When we have patience, people are losing lives, guys. It is that bad. And I'm not saying it's an interesting part if it is at your doorstep. But if you have a person in need of healthcare and you go in and there's all these complications, it really hits differently. Yeah. And if you have to use, it's easy for some people to just chuck some money, use cash up front. But it's not the story for every other Kenyan who lives below $1. So they really need this thing to work.
And can I ask you a question? These people who we chose to lead us, do you think they give a flying hoot about what you've just said?
They should give. Mm. They don't, But it's high time they know that we know they don't, and they should. Because this power they're exercising there is as ordinated to them for a reason.
You see, they also don't know that. They hear saying it, but they don't know it. The political class believe they are our bosses. It's an odd situation to be.
It's quite funny.
Yes, we employ you and then suddenly you are our bosses and we're the ones who are paying you. You know, it's odd. It's really strange, but it's what it is because these people they don't behave like employees, do they?
No, do they?
No, they don't. They behave like actually bad bosses. Every once in a while there's some statement made that's supposed to mollify you and make you feel that they understand and they care. The fact that I say I care, does it mean I care? No. If I care, I don't need to tell you, you will know. You will actually see it. You will know this person's intentions towards me are good. Why? Because you have witnessed it. See? So the situation we find ourselves in my mind, it's not a situation that is without solution. Mm-hmm. No. Solutions are readily available. The mindset and the will to actually find a lasting and sustainable solution at the expense of the self-interest that we see at the center of all the grievances that we keep talking about. Because how can you be deaf to all the problems? It is absolutely true that the price of many things have gone down. Problem is people can't afford even those low prices.
That you're talking about.
But which tells me that you need to understand the citizenry do not have the money. So they can't spend it. If they don't spend it, the government also won't have money. So it's a vicious cycle.
And you can't stop talking about it.
If I'm extreme, you talk about people dying by the bullet. You talk about people dying by the hand of terrorists. People die of hunger, and people die when they cannot access medical care when they need it.
Exactly. We can't stop having these conversations. You must make the comparison, and you must keep them front and center. It's 8 o'clock. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Former Prime Minister Raila Odinga is today expected to announce his next political move 2 weeks after he lost the African Union Commission chairmanship to Djibouti's Foreign Affairs Minister Mahmoud Yusuf. Raila kicked off his consultative meetings on Tuesday, starting in Kisumu, where he met elders from the Luo Council. This came a day after he met President William Ruto in Mombasa, where the president announced that his administration would work with him to achieve the government's development agenda.
We're not going to betray our people in whatever we do. What we do must be something that is done in the best interest of the people of Kenya. This mission is a consultative mission. I'm moving around the country to consult our people after what happened in Addis Ababa. I've listened very carefully to views that have been expressed by those who are here. And I can say that these people have given me a carte blanche. That is a blank check. I can write an amount on it. They have said that they have faith in what you're going to do and that they will support what you do because they know that it's going to be in the interest of our people.
A storm is brewing in the ODM party after a group of youths and party officials vowed to hold a parallel event to mark the 20th anniversary of the party in Busia today. The youth are opposed to Governor Paul Otuoma's decision to take the celebrations to Funyula constituency, stating that they were not consulted as major stakeholders in the party. Another group of party members also wants Raila and the ODM leadership to address claims that there is a plan to kick out Secretary General Edwin Sifuna from the post.
We will not follow any instructions from any quarter if not from a legitimate leadership of the party. Therefore, we render any information coming from Otuoma as null and
Hii chama hatutakubali watu wachache kunadi chama na kuanza kuiuza. Cha pili, nasema kwamba event ya tarehe 28 ningependa kumwomba Baba Raila Amolo Odinga kwa ile upendo ambao tuko nayo, tutakuwa Busia Stadium tukikusubiri uje utuzungumzie.
This even comes as party officials have welcomed Kenyans to attend the anniversary celebrations at a primary school in Funyula, Busia County.
I want to ask all Kenyans, wherever you are, welcome to Bukiri Primary School as ODM, the biggest party in East Africa, celebrates 20 years since its inception, since it is founding. Nobody can stop reggae.
Opposition politicians have vowed to rally behind one presidential candidate in the 2027 general elections, as former Justice Minister Martha Karua rebranded her Na Kenya Party to the People's Liberation Party, or PLP, on Thursday. During the launch in Nairobi, attended by Kalonzo Musyoka, Eugene Wamalwa and Rigathi Gachagua, Karua called for unity, saying it would form the foundation of the liberation movement. At the same time, leaders including Kiambu Senator Karungo Wathangwa and Kirinyaga woman Rep Njeri Maina intensified their criticism of President William Ruto, vowing to do everything in their power to oust him in 2027.
Mimi hapa naona Eugene Wamalwa, mimi naona Kalonzo Musyoka, naona Martha Karua, naona Jimmy Wanjigi, naona Morara Kebaso. Hao kweli ni kabila moja?
Na mulituon tukienda na Wilbur. Lakini mimi sometimes nasema afadhali hivyo, sababu kama angeanguka si kama tumepoteza ndugu yake Yesu. 2027 barabara yanze State House, iende Westland, ifike Naivasha, iende Nakuru, iteremke Sarga, iende mpaka Eldoret, imalizikie
US President Donald Trump has said he has a lot of respect for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on the eve of their talks at the White House. Asked if he would apologize for recently calling him a dictator, he said he would not believe he had said this. He also called Zelensky very brave and predicted a very good meeting with Zelensky today, saying efforts to achieve peace were moving along pretty rapidly. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, let's take a quick look at what's happening with traffic at a few minutes after 8 o'clock, and it is starting to build in the city, but it's not going to do too much of a doozy on you this morning, at least not for now. There's a little bit of it coming off of Thika Superhighway as you get towards Survey, but let's take a look at Magadi Road, where inbound traffic towards Langata Road is busy this morning, bumper to bumper, and it's probably going to go a little bit further down towards or coming in from the Multimedia University. And there's a little bit of something happening on the Southern Bypass. That's outbound. Not quite sure what's causing that traffic, but that's happening. And that's coming in from the Langata Road area, so watch out for that. Aerodrome Road, as you come in from Langata Road going towards Uhuru Highway, is very busy at this point, and there's a movement that is going to move towards bumper to bumper on the Thika Superhighway. Apart from that, I think we're doing all right. Even though we are in traffic hour, let's see what happens as we get through Friday morning. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 months after 8 o'clock this Friday morning, and we're getting into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And even as we do, before we start that conversation, VirtuoFX is a platform that's helping businesses move from point A to point B. Cross-border payments previously have been very, very difficult. In terms of downtime, how long it's going to take you to actually move a payment from one place to the next, in terms of unaffordable fees, in terms of also trying to make sure that you get it into the right currency. Well, VirtuoFX is saying, well, that can all change now once you get onto our platform. The platform means that you can make these cross-border payments across 190 countries. It means that you can do it in 49 different currencies, and it also means that you don't have to worry about hidden costs or high costs for that matter, and your business can go on as normal. Find out more information about VirtuoFX on www.virtofx.com. And while you do, as you rank it all up, Diamond Trust Bank is saying that, you know what, guys, you want to take a mortgage, we can make it very, very easy for you. CT, how?
Yes. Well, we have done our bit. It's up to you now to do your bit. The bank exists. The mortgage plan exists. The mortgage plan is available to those who are employed and those who are self-employed. Mm-hmm. The mortgage is available to those who are in the diaspora. The mortgage is available to anybody who wants to have a talk with Diamond Trust Bank, whether it is you want to visit one of the branches or whether you want to email them or you want to call them. Diamond Trust Bank is saying, look, we are that bank that does not have hidden charges. We are that bank that doesn't penalize you if you pay ahead of schedule. We are that bank that can actually offer you 105% if you are employed. We are that bank that can offer you 80% of the loan you require if you're in the diaspora. What is available and what you need, those two variables can meet, but you need to come and talk. Yeah. How? Either physically walk yourself to a Diamond Trust Bank or email mortgages@dtbafrica.com. That's it.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Great stuff, but that can happen with a straight-to-the-point solution.
Yes.
Fantastic. Great to look at, and we'll be continuing with more information about that later. All right. There's been a standoff in Nairobi, in the city county, and in an attempt to kind of clean up the city and give it a more orderly outlook, the county government said, you know what, certain places where people have been hawking, we're not going to allow that anymore, and we need to move it out and get people to be orderly, and let's clean up garbage. I was going to go somewhere with that, but okay, let's just leave it there. But essentially get the city more organized. And that's the conversation that we'll be having this morning, more around the hawkers standoff issue. Jane Wangoi is the CEC, or rather CCO, or the County Chief Officer, Market and Trade, Nairobi City County. She joins us this morning. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning, and thank you for having me today.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
You're in the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Yes.
And we're going to get into a couple of conversations this morning, just around what I had, given interest to. John Juguna, who is the chairman of the Nairobi Hawkers Association, is due to join us in some time. So we're going to be able to get insights from him as well as soon as he joins us. But we will continue the conversation anyway. But as we do, we normally welcome our guests with a proverb. CT shares that proverb, and he'll tell you where it's from. And then you can interpret that for us and tell us how that would apply to you. Is that all right, Jane?
All right.
Okay.
Hi, Jane.
Hi.
How's life?
I'm good.
Today is the final day of our proverbs from the Republic of Mali. Lovely country, rich history, two major rivers passing through it. Senegal River, Niger River. Is it Niger? Yeah, Niger, not Niger.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Niger was the country.
Yes.
The river is Niger. Mm-hmm. Okay, very good. Now, the proverb. Simple, straightforward, tailor-made for Friday. If you have an enemy, admit he can run fast.
Yes. Literally. Yeah, they can run fast because an enemy cannot sleep. They are always planning for you. So they run fast, but you need to run faster. Yeah. So in terms of work, you know that there are things that are not working. So the people who say county is not working are running fast. but we are running faster in terms of service delivery.
Yeah, really.
You've applied it perfectly.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. Interesting. Jane, you sit in the position as County Chief Officer for Market and Trade. So, of course, this falls right under you in terms of what is happening with hawkers. Paint the picture for us. What's the problem from your perspective? How did this all start?
Okay, before I paint that picture, maybe I could just give you an overview of what we do at Markets and Trade.
Yes, please.
Yes, at Markets and Trade, we have 4 directorates. The first one being Trade and Industry. And Trade and Industry is whereby we are looking at the industries that can spur economic growth in Nairobi. And yesterday, we even visited our site in Mathare, where we are constructing a county integrated county aggregation integrated park, whereby we are going to deal with wood and metal for our artisans. You always see these artisans along Gong Road, along on the Jogo Road, they deal with wood and metal. And it's going to be a home of innovations whereby we are able even to compete globally because of the specialized machines that we are going to put and also the specialized skills that we are going to empower our artisans. So that is the CAIP. Come to markets, the second directorate. We are in charge of over 65 markets across Nairobi. In the past, we only had markets that were in 4 sub-counties. But right now, we are spreading them across Nairobi. We started with Mutwini, that is the side of Dagoretti. You come to Jujo, it's in Mihango, the other side of Mombasa Road. You go to Thika Road, where we are having Kahawa West. We are also having Karen at the center. There was a lot of disorder. We are doing our market there. We have a market we are doing with the national government, that is Maji Mazuri. We have South B. So we are spreading ourselves and building these modern markets to be able to take care of our traders, give them a dignified working spaces, and just take the traffic to the markets. So when we come to the hawkers, that's where they are at, which I'll just come back in a minute.
Yes.
And then we also have a directorate that deals with business permits. That is trade licensing. It's still under Markets and Trade. And the last one is weights and measures. I know you don't know much about weights and measures, but when you go fuel your car, we want to know when you say you want 1,000 fuel for 1,000, you want to be certain that actually you're really getting
fuel for
1,000.
Okay.
If you go to buy meat, the nyama choma, you want 1 kg. We are looking at the scales to really make sure that our customers really get value for money. If it's 1 kg, it's 1 kg. If you go to the supermarket, how are the packages? If the packaging is 500 grams, it should be 500 grams.
Indeed.
Yeah, so let me go back to hawkers, which is a hot topic right now. We are happy with the progress that we have made. One, I think it is very important for us to know that there is no law that allows hawking or street vending in the CBD. But through the governor, His Excellency Sakaja, allowed the hawkers to trade in the CBD, but in an orderly way. Initially, we saw that these hawkers would even come to Koinange Street. One time I was even going downtown Moi Avenue, going to Tomboya Street, and I would find someone boiling maize in the CBD, and it was chaotic. Right now, we have told them that, you know what, we acknowledge you. We want to give you your trading spaces, but at least move to the back lanes. And amazing. We are having a very good working relationship with the workers through the workers' leadership. And now we have moved to the back lanes. Now it's to see how are we settling them in, are the roads rehabilitated, which we have started doing. And it's progress. I can report progress with the county. Yeah.
Okay. So there was a call to take a lot of hawkers out of Nairobi streets. I mean, let's paint the picture. If we look at a number of streets, let's look at Moi Avenue. And if we're looking at from railways going all the way to the top of Jivanji, all right, At some point, you would have seen that there were quite a number of people who were selling on whether it was makeshift carts or makeshift shelters. And they were selling, and there was a lot of obstruction for people to move. At the same time, there was a lot of garbage collection within the streets. Not collection of taking it away, but as in collection of garbage from a lot of these activities. And that was basically spoiling the face of the city. These sentiments came from government, from the city-county government, as well as people who would try to traverse the city. Whether we want to look at adjacent streets like Tom Mboya and then go down to Ronald Ngala, we saw the same thing happening, whereby there's so much road, but then the hawkers are taking up most part of that. County government comes in and says, well, we don't want this anymore, and says we're going to move them and relocate them.
Yes.
If we want to look at Wakulima there, again, the road, most of the road was taken up by hawkers who would come and sell just outside of the market.
Yeah.
So from what we understand, and let's fall again directly under you, that then the directive then came that you said we're going to move all of these people out of these streets and relocate them somewhere else. Am I right so far?
Yes. Okay. The spillovers. First, when we look at Wakulima, and it unfortunately turned political. Wakulima is a wholesale market. And so initially it was to accommodate 1,200, 1,500 traders, but right now we have over 5,000 traders, 8,000 traders in a day. And so the spillover that now hawkers or traders would sell outside at the perimeter wall, and that's what we were trying to say, go back to the market. Go back to the market. One, this market was established to handle the wholesale, but now that you are taking the wholesale and bringing the retail outside there, we cannot allow you. Go back, take up the slots that are in there, and if we cannot accommodate you, we have other markets that are equally good, very modern right now with all the amenities that a trader needs. Go, let us give you some slots and some stalls to trade in. So when it comes to hawking, again, it was the same. Hawkers were allowed at a certain time from 4 p.m. But instead of them sticking now to the lower lanes, they came up, and that's why I said they even came to until Koinange Street, and it was even very difficult for us pedestrians to walk. Now we have taken them back to the back lanes, and we are encouraging Nairobians that go visit these people, you are their customers, go find them at the back lanes. So right now, this is what we are doing. Initially, before the notice came, we had over 5,000, 7,000 hawkers in CBD. But with the notice that came, all these other hawkers that were coming from adjacent counties have gone back. Through our statistics now, we are dealing with about 2,500 who hawk and live in Nairobi, and those are the ones that we are trying to settle in the back lanes.
You know, we're having this discussion as though we're dealing with a disease, and yet we are dealing with human beings, unless we say they're hawking because it's a sport that they're involved in. These are people who are trying to make a living. The initiatives that the county government has made are laudable. They are in the public domain. The government that is now led by Johnson Sakaja has a problem. That problem is called history. Other attempts at doing the same thing have not been successful. Yes. That is putting it very politely. So when he now has his scheme of trying to integrate hawkers even into the main streets, some of the biggest streets, and trying to place order, it was likely to meet with resistance. My question, these processes that we are speaking of, walk us through the public participation that you went through with the hawkers and their leadership, so that when you talk about a scheme and a plan that you have, we can understand how you arrived at what we can now consider to be workable. What was the public participation plan and how was it implemented?
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very good question. One of the things that we have to be clear on is that through His Excellency the Governor, we have 4 pillars: a city of order, dignity, hope, and opportunities. So when the Governor came in, he sat with the hawkers and also the hawkers leadership through a public participation forum where they agreed that now it's okay, hawking is hacking a living. We are going to allow you, but we are going to allow you in an orderly manner.
they were supposed to go with our officers and identify backlanes in the CBD. And we identified 33 backlanes in the CBD where we are going to settle these hawkers. That is incognizant that hawkers are in different categories. We have hawkers that are PWDs. We have able-bodied hawkers. So how do you now integrate all of them in the 3 backlanes? And so we have identified about 10 backlanes that are for PWDs, and PWDs are the ones that go with the wheelchairs. They are those ones who cannot, they are deaf. Yeah, different types of PWDs, we prioritize them. And then the other backlanes out of the 33 is where now we are giving our able-bodied. So this is something that was agreed upon. But now, with a lot of freedom comes a bit of chaos. And that's why we want to restore back the order that...
What Governor Sakaja mentioned even as he was campaigning, he wanted to make Nairobi work again.
Yes.
Laudable. He met with the hawker leadership, laudable. First of all, how many leadership groups are there? Now, that aside, when we talk of public participation, it can't be a one-off. You have a meeting, then you have follow-up meetings, then you release the meetings now to your officers. Meaning, are we saying that you've had very many meetings with the hawkers over these matters?
Very many meetings. Exactly. Even yesterday, last week, it is a continuous process.
Okay, now if it's a continuous process, why then are we still having problems? Who is causing the problems? Because usually, in such situations like the one we saw yesterday, the jams in the city yesterday, there are people who clearly are not happy with whatever progress is being made. What is the problem?
In the backlanes, when we went to the backlanes, we found that some matatus also are stationed in the backlanes. So you find one circle has 10 matatus. And instead of them having 3 and putting the other matatus, parking them somewhere else, maybe at the Globe or at the Green Park, they are all parked there.
Okay.
You find that we also have some private vehicles that are now being used as PSVs, which is not even supposed to be that way. You find that a Wish is parked there carrying people to Kisumu or carrying people to Kisii and can stay there for even up to a week looking for these clients. So this is a multi-sectoral approach. It's not just for markets and trade. We have to work with the mobility. We have to work with transport. We have to work with road or works in terms of rehabilitating these roads. So one of the biggest challenge that we are having is those private vehicles that are being parked there. And yesterday we went with the leadership of the security and enforcement from our end. We also went with mobility, and this is what we are trying to tell them, that now the backlanes belong, or we have given the backlanes to the hawkers. Can these private vehicles come out, because it's not even legal to park them? Yeah, but for matatus, we are saying let us have order. Yes, you are given some bits of these backlanes, but can we coexist between you matatus who are also earning a living and our hawkers? You look at a lane like Mfangano lane is long. How can we now have you matatu one side and our hawkers one side? So it's a multi-sectoral approach.
And where do the pedestrians walk?
They are pedestrian walks. Yeah, that's why we are working with our works department to just make sure that there are pathways for the pedestrians to walk. Yesterday, I was very happy with the progress. I went myself there with Waziri Nyalita, and it was amazing how the progress is. Yeah,
I'm curious to understand. You have mentioned the hawkers, the matatu owners. There's another group of Kenyans, and I'm yet to hear. What is it with the street families? All right. When you went there, did you still see street families there? What is the situation with the street families that use those particular designated areas as their homes?
Yeah, that was a problem initially.
Okay.
Where we went to some lanes that were so dark, and street families had taken those spaces as their homes. You could even find that even liquor was being sold there, with these street families. But as we get in, bring the hawkers, we are finding that at least now we are dealing with that street families.
How are you dealing with that?
Once they see us, we have social services who deal. We have different departments that deal with different issues. So we move in with our social services, and I can tell you, yesterday I went through, I think I only saw one street boy, and they were just busy going through the lane.
Okay.
I didn't find their shelters in there.
How is the status quo? Because the argument the hawkers had, as much as you're saying it's workable, they're saying that place is filthy. Those places you've designated them to go to are filthy. And you went around walking. What has the county done to deal with this filthy idea that they are bringing the argument?
Yes, that was the situation, but not in all the lanes. So what the county has done, we have been rehabilitating the back lanes. If you look at Mfangano Lane, if you look at Moi Lane, we have rehabilitated it, and we continue to rehabilitate, put enough drainage, put enough, we want to see the lighting, drainages, are there hand wash, water points in those streets, at least to give them very decent, working spaces.
It is clear that the county has every intention of making this situation better. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I'm going back to the hawker. You see, the hawker looks for where they're likely to get clients. And the most likely is where their offices. And that represents the center of town, the streets that we are speaking of. Now, they are in this business because of a need. They even refer to as informal. Beyond the CBD, I want to take a little walk with you and go to Kangemi. There's a market there.
Yes.
There's only now one lane. One lane has been occupied by hawkers, completely. Again, there is need for them to do their business, but they've now occupied a segment of the road. Okay, now, I'm torn between looking at a direct disobedience of laws that are set in place and balancing it with the needs that the hawkers have, and then the role of the county and the department that you lead in balancing this. How do we balance this?
How we balance this is first, as Nairobians, it's an attitude change. It's historical.
It is.
And as you've rightfully said, these needs arise for the hawkers, arise where there is population. And that's why you find them even in the terminus, because that is where their clients are, as you're boarding in your matatu, as you're coming out. We have a plan, and that's why we are doing these modern markets, because you cannot be a hawker throughout your life. You need to grow. We want to grow these hawkers, and telling them that, yes, you are a small-scale trader. We are building for you markets, modern markets. Can you now grow? Because you find that there's a hawker that you started seeing 10 years ago, and they're still there. Yet, as a county, we are building modern markets. So it's an attitude change where we're saying, you let us grow you, go to our modern markets that are spread across, and they are business terminus, and now capacity build or sensitize Nairobians where to find these markets, because they can never be enough. We can't even offer, even the backlanes are not enough for the 2,500.
So what do we do with hawkers who have actually taken over roads?
That is illegal. They either keep the order or ship out.
Okay.
Because this is something we are telling them, that we acknowledge that you're small scale. We want to help you. We are supporting you as a county. But again, we have to do our business in an orderly manner. So let us go to where we have given you the backlinks, but take advantage of our new modern markets that we are building. Yeah, and at least that will give you permanency.
Okay. Joining us at this hour now at this time is John Juguna Wamawaya, who is the chairman of the Nairobi Hawkers Association, and he's joined us in the Situation Room this morning. John, welcome. Karibu sana. Umechelewa sana.
Lakini unakaribishwa.
Karibu sana. So tulikuwa tunataka kusikia kutoka kwako hii maneno ya hawkers na vile endelea katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Maoni yenu ni gani sai?
Sana kwa saa hii kama jana hivyo nimesikia our chief akisema, Chief Wagoi, jana ndio tuliona mabadiliko. Jana ndio tuliona backseat kama 3 zimetolewa, hizi private car, watu wetu wakaanza kuingia. Kwa hivyo jana tuliweza kupanga watu kama 300 kwa backseat jana, lakini kutoka tufukuzwe tumesafa sana 2 months mpaka saa hii.
Mlisafa aje?
Na tuweke break. Mlifukuzwa lini? Na mlifukuzwa mkaenda wapi? Mlipewa notice gani kabla hamjafukuzwa? Tuhadithie.
Tulifukuzwa tarehe 9 Januari. Na notice hatukupewa.
Hamkupewa notice?
Hatukupewa, hiyo tuseme ukweli. Ili kuongea ukweli, hatukupewa notice. Tulifukuzwa hivyo tu. Tulipewa kesho amuko kwa barabara, kuja backseat.
Nani? Na nani? Na
sasa governor ndio order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lakini kulikuwa na mazungumzo, na watu wengine wanaita rumors, kulikuwa na ka sauti kwa umbali ya kwamba mnaweza kuwa mnafukuzwa hapo, kwa sababu hii ni maneno inaweza sikika kabla mjafukuzwa, ama haikuwa kabisa?
Tulikuwa tunasikia rumors tutafukuzwa, but hatukuwa tumepewa ile. Unajua kitambo tulikuwa tunaenda meeting na machief, ule chief alikuwa hapo kwa marketing kabla Chief Wagoi akuje. Kwa hivyo tulikuwa tunaenda mkutano na yeye anatubrief venye serikali inataka kufanya, sisi tunabrief watu wetu, lakini hiyo wakati hatukuitwa mkutano. Kwa hivyo tulisafiwa tu barua kwa grupu zetu. Hata sisi hatukuitwa tupe hiyo barua, tulisafiwa kwa grupu yetu, tukatumiwa. Sasa tutumie watu wetu notice.
Okay.
Mmetumiwa katika mtandao?
Kwa mtandao,
kwa runinga.
Yeah.
What's the difference really?
I think runinga is
so
go ahead.
Biashara ilikuwa inaendelea katikati ya barabara za Nairobi.
Yes.
Na amkuwa mmepata mahali ingine kufanya hiyo biashara?
Hatukuwa tumepata juu ile makubaliano tulikuwa tumekubaliana na Governor Sakaja ni kwamba atakuwa ametengeneza backseat. Hivyo sasa zinatengenezwa kuweka lami, kuweka sheet na mataa. Ndio sababu akatupea masaa saa 10 tuuze kwa barabara main road. Tupange watu wetu huko mpaka amalize kutengeneza hizo backseat.
Okay.
Akishamaliza kutengeneza, tuchukue watu wetu tuwarotate kwa backseat. Lakini sasa ile makosa ilifanyika, walitufukuza kama hajamaliza.
Okay.
Sasa hii ndio wanatengeneza sasa.
Hiyo ndio ileta shida. Okay.
Mimi nataka nijue.
I want us to take a break, City.
Okay.
Just kidogo tu.
Tutachukua break.
Let's take a break at this point, because then we'll come back and get it. Okay, so then how do we get to the point where we are? It's looking at the Nairobi City County and the hawker standoff, and how we're going to see how we can get to a solution whereby City maintains its order, but at the same time the livelihoods of those who do business and those who benefit from those business are secured. It's 25 minutes to 9 o'clock. Don't go away. Be back right after this.
Yes.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your... The weather with SpiceFM.
It's sunny in Nairobi, 18 degrees, and at 17 it's sunny in Nakuru with 16 and sunny conditions in Nyeri, 18 and sunny looking into Eldoret. Okay, so also we see some traffic, I beg your pardon, into weather rather, looking into Mombasa, sunny at 27 and sunny at 28 in Malindi, 24 in Kisumu with 23 and sunny in Kakamega, Kampala sunny at 23 with Dar es Salaam sunny at 28, Johannesburg at 18 is sunny with 27 and clear conditions in Mogadishu, and 16 and sunny in Addis Ababa. Lagos is clear at 27 with clear conditions and sunny in Kinshasa at 24.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
All right, still busy in the city this morning. Just a little bit of traffic coming in from the Thika Superhighway right around Survey, heading out towards Wangari Maathai. There's some traffic there. It's going to collide with all of this that's happening coming off of Chiromo and then in from Wayaki Way and then out towards Westlands. So there's a little bit of busyness right around there on Limuru Road as well. We have some traffic and we see that coming in towards the Thika Superhighway onto Survey, and Kiambu Road as well is busy. Let's take a look at what's happening right around Kamkunji. There is some traffic there as well, and Landis Road going out towards that roundabout with some traffic. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, it's 21 minutes to 9 o'clock. We continue our conversation this morning, and in the studio today, as we're looking at the hawker standoff between the Nairobi City County and what exactly is happening now. Jane Wangoi, who is the Chief Officer for Markets and Trade, as well as John Jaguna Wamawaya, who is the Chair of the Nairobi Hawkers Association. They both join us this hour, and so CT, as we're going to the break, that question from you.
Yes. The history of this thing goes back to colonial times, and the problem was to do with restrictions. But from what I've heard, the county government seems to have understood what the problem is, and they clearly have set in motion ways of solving the problem. However, kuna hivi makubaliano yanatokea kukiwa na mjadala kati ya wale ambao wanajihusisha na mambo hayo. Now that comes a question of the frequency with which you have a conversation. Sasa hiyo ndio tunataka public participation. Tunamaliza February. January mpaka February. Tumekuwa na public participation ngapi?
You know, public participation is engaging with each other, different stakeholders.
Yes.
And I can tell you that every week, I meet the hawkers through their leadership. I meet Gashanja, I meet Mawaya, napatana na youth wao, na hawkers wenyewe. We can even do the public participation on the backlines, and this is what we have been doing. If I show you our clips, you will see, even as late as yesterday, tulikuwa uko backstreet, just engaging and talking to each other. One thing I can appreciate is that I don't think we have a standoff. Pale kwa Nairobi Hawker standoff. It should be Nairobi Hawker, Nairobi County, and Hawkers partnership. I don't think we have a standoff, because for the first time we are seeing us talk to each other. We are not fighting. They come, we talk, we go to them, and that is a continuous partnership, at least to make sure that there is order, and we support them to do their businesses in very decent working spaces.
But Jane, are you there yet? And also John, tumefika kweli, because the truth of the matter, I do believe that there needs to be order in the city, the capital city of the country, any city for that matter. But this is the capital of the city, where if you want to of the country and the county, everything in the center, right? So you have people coming into this city from around the world, around the country every day. The truth of the matter, as tender as it's going to sound, John, is that with hawkers in the city, we have garbage, it's dumped there. People leave their shades and shelters there overnight. People sleep in those shelters overnight. You walk into the city in the morning, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., it's jam-packed. I read the traffic here every morning, and there is no morning that area around Wakulima doesn't have traffic. Why? Because half the road is taken up by people who are sitting on the side of the road, who've bought from inside the market and are sitting. So I will understand where the county is coming from, where there needs to be the maintenance of order. So kwa nini haiwezi kuwa watu hawezi chukua vitu zao waende wauze mahali ingine? But I also blame those who come to buy from them at that place where they are. Because how do we maintain that order kama tuko katikati ya mjini?
Ya kwamba kwa saa hii ndio tumeweka mkakati ya kwenda kwa backstreet. Watu wetu wako kwa main road, waende kwa backstreet. Na hiyo swali umeuliza watu wa kuweka kwa barabara
na takataka na vitu na watu walali ndani ya shelter surely. John, hata wewe unajua ni ukweli, si ndio?
Sasa tumejaribu kucontrol watu wetu kulingana, kuwasomesha kulingana na saa hii vile dunia inaendelea na economy inaendelea na future inaendelea. Juu ya kwamba kitambo huka alikuwa ni mtu ajielewi, ni ule huka hata ukikuja umuongesha na kutusi mnaweza pigana, hata walikuwa wanapigana na askari. Lakini saa hii tumewalimisha kidogo, tumeongelesha, tumeweza kuwafundisha kuishi na watu vizuri. Na saa hii hata ukiangalia huka wenye wako saa hii sile huka wa kitambo. Ni huka nasikiza, hata kiambio toa hiki kitu weka pale anaenda. Sasa kwa saa hii tulikuwa na chief Msida, tumezunguka na yeye kwa ground, tukiwafundisha kuchukua hizo takataka wasiache kwa barabara, wawe wasafi na waanze kufungua barabara. Kwa hivyo saa hii nasema saa hii tume upgrade, si kama kitambo.
Alafu umejua nasikiza pia vile unaongea, kwa sababu wewe unajua tunapenda kuja huko. Na sisi kutembea inakuwa ngumu sana katikati ya Nairobi, kwa sababu kuna hoka hapa, kuna hoka huko. Kwa hivyo kama mnaweza songa mkuje huko Backstreet itakuwa mzuri. Lakini nataka kujua hali yenu kule Backstreet, kwa sababu umesema unatembea ukiongelesha wengine na unawaonyesha uzuri wa kurudi kule nyuma. Lakini security ya huko nyuma mahali mtakuwa imefika vipi? Mko convinced ya kuwa ama county imekubaliana na nyinyi ya kwamba biashara zenu zitakuwa safe? Kwa sababu hiyo ndio chakula pesa inaleta chakula mezani. Sasa safety ya hapo imefikia wapi? Ama nataka kujua hali ya safety ya goods zenu, business zenu na wale hawkers uko behind the stage.
Kwa saa hii tuseme kama una barabara backstreet zimeanza kuweka lami, zimetengenezwa kama Mfangano Street, Taveta, Tiboroa Saidi imeanza. Moi Lane hizo wameweka lami. Unajua ili kama mtu afanya kitu mzuri tunasema amefanya mzuri, ili hajafanya tunasema hajafanya. Kwa hiyo wamefanya saa hii, wameweka lami na watu wetu wamefurahia juu. Sasa wakiingia huko kutakuwa safe. Hata wale customer kuingia watakubali kuingia. Juu kitambo hata customer angeingia juu hiyo maji angekubali kuingia.
Na pia unaogopa kupigwa ngeta mahali kwa kona.
Sasa ile kitu sahihi wakisema maweza kuweka hizo lami, watu wanatuondolea magari. Jana ndio tulikuwa na chief wa Goi na waziri na wakaondoa private car kwa backseat 3. Hizo sasa ndio tuweza kupanga watu wetu. But today asubuhi walikuwa kuja waondoe zingine backseat 3, ile Ludhuri Lane, Sikikarume Lane ndio watu wetu waingie. Hata nimechelewa juu asubuhi kulikuwa na mgogoro saa hii wa hawkers na watu wa maduka wenye wanaweka hizo private car this morning. Hata walikuwa wamechukua zile mamiti jebe au watu wa maduka wakiambia huko wataingia hapo. Ndio sababu nimechelewa. Hiyo mgogoro ndio sababu nijaribu kuongesha huko wetu wasipigane na watu wa maduka. Tugojelea askari wakuje wafanye kazi yao. Juu askari walifaa kuja asubuhi wadoe hizo private car, watu wetu nao waingie wafanye biashara yao.
So I mean, Jane, I think the one word that we always want to use when we look at something like this is sustainable. So what has been done whereby the back streets have been opened up, and I don't even want to call them back streets because it's like we are now, banishing hawkers who are making a living every day to some, back corner where nobody can find them in the dark, However, if we're moving them to alternate locations for them to continue their trade, is it in a sustained manner that the garbage will always be cleaned up, that security will always be maintained, that the streets will always be lit for those who want to sell at night? Because we also remember that there are those who are coming to purchase. So is this action sustained? And it's not just a one-time, okay, let's do it for now, and then in another few months we'll be back to people creeping back in.
Yeah. Actually, those back lanes are not some way of pushing them to the corner. These back lanes are usable. They are lanes that are at the back of main streets.
Okay.
So yesterday I was so amazed that when I went to Mfangano Street, I could see from one end, and it's very long, to the other lane. And that is where there is high population. So these are not some corners that we are putting. These are actually some lanes that actually are very high populated and people can walk through. In the sustainability way, I have already told you, we are doing our modern markets. We cannot sustain them at the back lanes. Let them, here at the back lanes is just to give them some small portions, a slot, like 1.8 by 2, for them to put their wares.
Interim?
No, they will stay there.
So they'll be permanent. So who will go to the markets?
We can't tell them that it's going to be permanent. We are just saying this is a temporary measure.
Okay.
But take advantage of our modern markets. Our modern markets are amazing. We are solarizing our markets.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So they will essentially go to the market.
Yeah, let them take advantage of the markets that we are building. Because again, if you take too long, you'll find other traders that have already taken. Like high population, high percentages of our traders are in the high population of our citizenry is in trade, as Nairobi. And they're in the informal settlements. So take advantage of these modern markets. Like now, we are doing a modern market in Toi. After the fires, we are going to have a modern market there. Tukona modern market Mutwini, Dagoreti, let them go back. Tukona South B, tunajenga, let them go back. So you cannot take too long at the back street. Yes, as a county, we are giving you a permanent, modernized way of doing business. And in these modern markets, we are taking care of our PWDs.
Yes.
We are going to have cold rooms where in our food markets, at least for the food loss, we are also going to have halls where they can have their meetings.
Yeah.
We are having amenities, even lactating rooms for mothers. Where now these traders, wamama wanakuja, you don't have to feel like utanyonyesha pali client yuko. You can go back to the lactating room. Yeah, hygiene. They are amazing. I would want to invite all of us at some point when you're easy. You come, I take you to some of these.
So John, soko zinajengwa. Soko zinajengwa mjini, si ndio? Sasa mungependa kuingia huko zikimalizwa?
Kitu kwanza niambia chief, hivyo anaelezea soko anajenga. Akumbuka ya kwamba tulikuwa hawkers, CBD ilikuwa na hawkers 10,000 zaidi kabla kuja kufukuzwa. Saa hii tuko na 3,000. 2,500 ndio hawker wale wako town. 500 ni wale PWD na dev. Kwa hivyo tunakuja 3,000. Au kwa wengine 7,000 ajulize wameenda wapi.
Walienda wapi?
Tumeurudisha huko. Anajenga hizo masoko. Tumeelezea wewe rudi kwenye hiyo huko naishi. Kama ni Kangemi, rudi Kangemi. Kama unaishi Rodhero, rudi Rodhero, enda Rodhero. Huko kuna jengo soko, mchukue hizo soko huko. Mkae kudio tupunguze Nairobi, tuache kuwa wengi sana.
Sawa, wa 3,000 soko zikimalizwa mtaingia kwa soko.
3,000 ni wale hawkers. Sasa wa original wa town. Unapata wengine wanaishi hapa Mudhurwa. Hizo nyumba za Mudhurwa. Sasa watu utamwambia enda wapi? Na ako CBD already.
We have a market. We have a market pale Mawaya. We have a market in Mwariro. Kwa nini amwendi Mariro?
Mwariro ni vizuri kunikumbusha Mwariro. Mwariro wakati ilijengewa hawkers.
Yeah.
Wakati tuliendanga hapo tulipigana 1 week. Unakumbuka?
Na nani?
Na wale watu walikuja wa Saudi B. Na wale watu walikuja waziwani. Wakasema soko ndiko kwao. Haiko kwetu. Alafu tulikuwa na mheshimiwa Jagwa, hata unaweza kukumbuka Jagwa akipigwa alishikwa juu ya hiyo soko. Tukipigana hiyo soko. Tulipigana wiki mzima. Ikasimamishwa. Tukaambiwa tutaenda kwa ballot.
Vita taslim.
Mzuri. Huka wetu na wale watu.
Yes.
Tukaambiwa tutaenda kwa ballot. Tupeleka uka wetu kwa ballot. Wakati tunapeleka kwa ballot, kusema ukweli hizo ballot zilikuwa zimechezwa chini ya maji. Wale hoka walipata sahihi, uenda kwa hiyo Mwariro market, uliza ule hoka original umepata, unielezeni wangapi? Hakuna. Tulichezwa.
Sasa ilifika wapi?
Hii sasa ndio hoka bado wakarudi kwa street.
Alright.
So vile unasema saa hii hakuna soko ambapo mnaweza ingia hii kazi ikimalizwa. Hakuna soko saa hii mnaweza ingia msema muende huko muanze kuuza vitu zenu. Saa hii hakuna.
Saa hii hakuna.
Madam J.
Anaweza tuelezea chief.
Maybe you can tell us where it is. I'm still fighting for this thing of order within the city, but if they're saying they're willing to go to a market and they're not able to identify right now where such a market exists or where it is being built, in the past when they wanted to go to one, they were fought out. Where are these places?
And also there is a market you referred to. You expected about 1,000 plus. You're seeing an influx of 5,000. I'm looking at the numbers there. You see, one of the things that is bringing us to the market conversation is the congestion.
Yeah.
These people need the same dignity in their businesses,
Yes.
etc.
Yeah.
So give us the markets and also tell us how conducive it is for them. If they're saying they can't go back to that one, so how better is the one you're referring to?
That's what I'm saying is I'm happy that Mawaya has said before wale hawkers walikuwa almost like goons. Si umesema hivyo, saizi si wale wa zamani, wale wa kupigana. Mulikuwa sasa wale
amekataa.
Lakini ulikuwa umesema before mulikuwa wale hawkers wanataka maneno, but now saizi the type of hawkers we are dealing with are educated hawkers, the hawkers that actually want to earn a very good livelihood, sindio? In a decent way. So what I can say is vile tunafanya is one, we have to tell them the attitude change, that you cannot be a hawker all your life. You have to grow. And that's why these modern markets are there.
Okay.
Look at Mwariro. I accept maybe the way the balloting before was being done was somehow questionable. Because you find that some people who would ballot for these markets who are civil servants, are politicians. Yeah, and that's what we are having a problem in Kangundo Road. We have a very big modern market in Kangundo Road. Yeah, and that is where every time we want to activate that market, unapata some politicians wanaeka ile ugomvi kwa sababu wanajua somebody has maybe 5-10 stalls yet hata hawatumi.
Okay.
Now our criteria is very straight, that we are dealing with the real hawker, the real trader.
Okay.
They are going to be the beneficiaries of these modern markets.
So I wanted to actually ask you a little bit more about Kangundo Road, because that has come up. And so Kangundo Road, what's the status of that particular area? And when we are saying move them to these stalls, are they paying for them?
Yeah.
Okay.
They pay the county, but very minimal.
What is that fee that we're looking at?
You would even look at maybe 1,000 to 5,000
per month.
Yeah, per month.
Okay.
And you have a very decent stall.
Okay.
So the problem of Kangundo Road is that the balloting was not done right. And so many of the people who got the ballots were not real traders. And that is why we have been in the process of taking data of our real traders, real mamamboga, real trader who actually is doing business, so that when we put you in our markets, then we are sure that those markets will be vibrant and actually will be able to even take traffic to this market. So that has been a problem, but Kama County, we are now taking data, and that's why we have taken data for the hawkers. Now we have 2,500. We know how many backlanes we will settle them in, and the other ones, we will keep on engaging them and really trying to take them to this new market.
Is Nairobi still 24-hour economy?
Yeah, like some of our markets, mostly are 24.
Why I ask is because if you're talking about hawkers and back streets, what are the plans to make them part of that 24-hour economy? Because I hear you're going to make
lighting those back streets.
Lighting is one. The other things we need to do. What about toilet facilities?
Yeah, that's what I said. We are working with the works department to make sure that we have the toilets. We have they can access clean toilets. We have drainages. We have hand wash machines. We have a plan, and it's very clear with our governor. He has clarity of vision, and us who work under him, we follow that vision.
Plan. When do we expect this plan to be implemented, and when do we expect it to be completed?
It is our ongoing plan. Like now, he has alluded and confirmed what I was saying before, that that we have rehabilitated like 3-4 backlanes. So this is continuous. Even today utaenda upate engineer Tirop na timu yake on the back street. Yesterday we even did a public participation on one of our special markets that we are coming up with, Mira Market. Yesterday we are giving Isili and Karioko traders for Mira a market.
A market,
a wholesale market.
Okay, so John, Madam C yako hapa. Chief Officer yako hapa. Na nyinyi mlikuwa na shida, tunaweza jaza vitabu mingi sana na hizo mashida. Ako hapa akisema hizi vitu ambazo zitatendeka. Ungependa kumwambia nini ama kumuuliza nini saa hii ukimwona tu?
Ile kitu nitamwambia kusema kweli, sasa ameanza kazi. Na tuliona na jana. Hata jana ndio uliona, hata yeye aongee ukweli. Jana ndio uliona hokazi wetu akicheka. Kitambo hakuwa anacheka. Ulikuwa ukiongelesha wanakuangalia tu hivi juu unawaambia wataingia backseat, makazi zitaondolewa, itatengenezwa, lakini wako wanaamini hiyo kitu. Lakini zaidi wanaona kweli jana tumeanza backseat 3 na wameingia. Nitamwambia hivi, hizo zingine zimebaki. Harakishe. Juu watu wetu bado wanasafa. Tuendelea kuwa rotate kwa hizo backseat. Juu kwa saa hii tumepanga watu 300 jana. Leo tulikuwa tupange wengine 300. Iende haraka ndio tumalize hii kitu, watu wetu waseto waendelee na biashara zao, wapeleke unga nyumbani.
Lakini John, ukweli ya mambo, sisi mwenye tunanunua hizi vitu, pali ikiwa safi na mnauza vitu mzuri, hakuna mali tutakuja. Bora kila pali iko safi. Sasa nyinyi mko na kazi ya kufanya.
Alafu pia
amuoni hivyo?
Tuko nayo kazi ya kufanya. Serikali kitengenezea, sisi tuko na kazi yetu bado kuweka hiyo kitu ikuwa safe, ikuwa safi. Na kuweka security, hata wetu security wenyewe juu ya ile watu wanakuja wanaingia katikati yetu wanaharibia wezetu. Kwa hivyo lazima tu make sure hata sisi tukitengenezewa hiyo backseat iko safi na security iko sawa. Ndio hata ukiingia kwa customer unasikia uko safe side.
Ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema, lakini nasikia wewe na mimi tunafikiria line moja, kwa sababu wale wanaingia katikati hiyo kufanya customer anaogopa ukuja mahali mko wengi, ndio hapo mtasafisha kabisa, na tutashukuru ya kwamba tunaendelea mbele. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Well, I mean, look, it's a continuing conversation, and we're glad that you both came this morning to share insights on that. I guess for the working of the county, it's important that livelihoods are secured, but it's also important that orderliness is maintained and sustained in the city. Thank you both for being here. Jane Wangoi is the County Chief Officer, Markets and Trade, and John Jaguna Wamawaya is the Chair of the Nairobi Hawkers Association, been our guest this hour, looking into how you can make, Nairobi more orderly, and that is it. Lazima work is what we are being told. Hata kwa nyinyi lazima work. That's just the truth.
They have a responsibility.
Absolutely. So thank you both for being here this morning and sharing that conversation with us. These conversations must continue, and we continue with them every day here on The Situation Room. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Spice up your life.
Autopsy on the body of British national Campbell Scott, which was found in a forest 2 weeks ago, days after he went missing from a Nairobi hotel, is inconclusive. The autopsy, conducted by government pathologist Dr. Richard Njoroge on Thursday at a mortuary in Makueni, established that soft tissue injuries on Scott's body are too minor to kill him. For this reason, the pathologist picked samples for further tests at the government chemist. Police initially suggested that Scott was strangled or hit by a blunt object. 2 people are in a critical condition at the Samburu County Referral Hospital following Thursday's banditry attack in Samburu County. At least 2 people were shot and killed during the incident, while 10 others were injured. Police said the incident happened in Samburu North, where gunmen ambushed a bus traveling along the Maralal-Baragoi route at the Mbukoi area. According to witnesses, 2 conductors were killed on the spot. These people told reporters what happened.
Nilikuwa kwanza nakaa mbele, risasi ya kwanza ikakuja haikutupata, tukatoka mbele tukaenda ile viti ya nyuma. Sasa pale watu wanaingilia kwa basi, marisasi ikiendelea kulia, wakatuingilia ndani ya basi.
This bus inakuja kupigwa risasi kwa barabara na waliwacha basi yao ipite, and we've been threatened for the long time. I personally got even the clips on my phone. Utabeba mama shanga kwa gari yetu.
At the same time, a doctor at the Samburu County Referral Hospital gave this update to reporters.
The patients there were 6 in number, 4 female and 2 male. Of the 4 female, 2 are in critical condition, 1 with a penetrating gunshot injury.
The government has extended the raw in-shell macadamia export ban as harvesting begins tomorrow. In a statement on Thursday, Agriculture CS Mutai Kagwe said the ban is in line with the Agricultural Food Authority Act, the Oil Crops, Nuts and Crops Regulations of 2020 and other national and international obligations. Kagwe urged farmers to register under the Kenya Integrated Agricultural Management Information System to facilitate better sector planning and access to government services. He said the Agricultural Food Authority will coordinate with county governments to support the formation of farmer groups through e-extension services, subsidized fertilizer distribution and market information sharing. A macadamia nuts standing committee, he added, will be formed to implement the policy directives, improve traceability and address non-compliance by industry players. As Raila Odinga's ODM marks its 20th anniversary in Busia today, a storm is brewing in the party after a group of youths and party officials vowed to hold a parallel event to mark today's celebrations. The youths are opposed to Governor Polo Tuama's decision to take the celebrations to Funyula constituency, saying they were not consulted as major stakeholders in the party. They also want Raila to address claims that there is a plan to kick out Secretary General Edwin Sifuna from his post.
We will not follow any instructions from any quarter if not from a legitimate leadership of the party. Therefore, we render any information coming from Otuoma as null and
Hii chama hatutakubali watu wachache kunadi chama na kuanza kuiuza. Cha pili, nasema kwamba event ya tarehe 28 ningependa kumwomba baba Raila Amolo Odinga kwa ile upendo ambao tuko nayo, tutakuwa Busia Stadium tukikusubiri uje utuzungumzie.
This even comes as party officials have welcomed Kenyans to attend the anniversary celebrations at a primary school in Funyula, Busia County.
I want to ask all Kenyans, wherever you are, welcome to Bukiri Primary School as ODM, the biggest party in East Africa, celebrates 20 years since its inception, since it is founding.
Nobody can stop reggae.
Donald Trump said he planned to hit goods from China with a new 10% tariff, the latest salvo in the US president's steadily escalating trade fights. Imports from China already face taxes at the border of at least 10% after Trump tariff order that went into effect earlier this month. Trump also said on Thursday he intended to move forward with threatened 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico, which are set to come into effect on Tuesday next week. His comments came as officials from Mexico and Canada were in Washington for discussions aimed at hitting off that plan. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Running a business in Kenya and struggling with slow, expensive cross-border payments? With Verto, you can send and receive money globally, faster, cheaper, and hassle-free. Pay suppliers, collect payments, and expand internationally with ease. 49 currencies, 190 plus countries. One powerful platform, better rates, faster settlements, secure transactions, global payments made easy. Sign up today at www.vertofx.com. Verto, your global business payments partner.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, taking a quick look at what's happening with traffic this morning at a few minutes after 9 o'clock. Still busy in the city, but able to get through it without too much of a hitch. And we're going to keep an eye on all of this. Landis Road has quite some of that. It's bumper to bumper as you get towards Kamkunji. And then also seeing some traffic on the thicker superhighway as you get out towards Wangari Maathai on one side and Moranga Road on the other. Coming off of United Nations Avenue this Friday morning, it is busy. And we're also looking at some traffic then heavy coming off of Langata Road in certain parts. But we're getting through it without too much of an issue. Let's talk through it and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 9 o'clock into the final hour of this morning's conversation. And and this week and this month, actually, it's gone through very quickly. And even as we continue, we're going to be having a conversation about hunger and putting an end to it, and finding out how, strategic communities, strategic folks can actually help in putting an end to hunger. But we'll tell you about that just in a little while. Before CT tells us how he has been spreading diamond dust all over the place and giving us an opportunity to get a mortgage.
Well, mortgage dust, diamond mortgage.
Okay.
Diamond Trust Bank is a financial institution that is headquartered in Kenya. Diamond Trust Bank, the name suggests something that is a reality that we want to take exactly 2 minutes in talking about. The idea of owning a house is synonymous with owning a home. And the buying or the financing of one is often considered a bit of a bottleneck. Diamond Trust is saying we want to ease that bottleneck. We want to introduce you to a process and a platform that we've created where we can have a conversation. And with that conversation, the likelihood of you having your dream of owning a home becoming a reality gets closer. Mm-hmm. This is what Diamond Trust is saying. Either visit any of our branches or write to us on email, mortgages@dtbafrica.com. And when you inquire about a loan, what you'll be informed about is the following. One, it doesn't matter whether you are employed, self-employed, or you're in the diaspora. You are able to access a 105% loan if you are employed, 80% of the loan you require if you are in the diaspora. The news gets better. There are no hidden charges. There are no penalties if you pay ahead of the schedule. Mm-hmm. But more importantly, if we go back to the beginning of this conversation and you either visit a branch or you email them, you're able to tell them what your needs are. Mm-hmm. You're able to talk about the money you have, and they're able to come up with a viable solution that will meet the needs that you have. Mm. But you have to take the first step of getting in touch.
Yep. Right.
Otherwise, everything I have said will be just that, everything I have said.
Will be just what you've said.
Yes.
All right. So what was the email? Mortgages at?
dtbafrica.com. Yes.
And another .com is VetoFX. So businesses for the longest time were going, okay, so now that we're dealing with cross-border payments, how are we going to make sure that we can make a payment across borders without having to deal with not being sure if the currency is going to fit, not being sure if I can send money from one country to the next, not being sure about not being sure. But VetoFX says, you know what, now you can actually be sure. You can be sure that you can get across 190 countries. You can be sure that you can transact in 49 plus different currencies, and you can be sure that you will not be overcharged or charged with hidden costs. And that's because you got on the platform as a small, medium or large business, and you're able to make cross-border payments without too much of a hassle. And it is all available for you to find out information on www.vetofx.com. All right, like I said, we're having a sustainable conversation this morning, and we're looking at how gender justice and climate resilience can end hunger. Insights from the 2024 GHI report. And joining us for that conversation this morning is Dr. Mary Ngendo Kanui, who is a social scientist and International Rice Research Institute. Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana and welcome.
Asante.
Kasim Lupao is a Senior Technical Advisor, Health and Nutrition at Concern Worldwide. Kasim, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Good to have both of you in the hot seats of the Situation Room this morning. Ending hunger has been a big deal when it comes to conversations that we have around development circles. But before we get into that proper, Siti is going to welcome you with today's proverb. And we'd like you, as though ending hunger is not enough work to do, to tell us about what you would think about this particular proverb and how you would interpret that. Is that all right?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, our proverbs for the whole of this week ending. Today is the end of the month, isn't it?
Yes.
So February is done and dusted, at least at the end of today. Right. Have been from the Republic of Mali, a wonderful country with an extremely rich history. Today being Friday, the proverb we have is simple, straightforward, easy to understand, and easy to interpret. The proverb: if you have an enemy, admit he can run faster. Now, clearly, if you don't have an enemy, that is this proverb may not be very relevant. But let's assume somebody you know who has an enemy. Perhaps they should admit that the enemy can run fast. If you have an enemy, admit he can run faster.
Let's start with you, Kasim. What would you think?
I thought ladies first.
Oh, here it's Friday. It's the end of the month. Let's turn it up and do things totally different. Okay.
That's all right.
Okay.
Fine. I can interpret it simply, like it's about an enemy, and just acknowledging that an enemy has more strength than you have, and therefore you need to put some mechanisms in place to mitigate that. And if you acknowledge that, then you will plan in advance and make sure that you run faster than the enemy.
Good.
All right. What comes to mind is more about acknowledging your blind spots. And that in most cases, an enemy knows things about you that you're probably either you're unaware of or you just take for granted, meaning that they've really studied you inside out. So being aware of your blind spots and anticipating that it might go either way. So planning for any adverse situations arising. So that way you're able to adapt, able to run faster if you can, as Kasim is saying, or run away also is also an option.
Evidently, the two of you have come across enemies. Because when somebody gives an interpretation that is that appropriate, they're drawing it from experience.
Okay. It's coming from somewhere, that's for sure. All right, let's start off with you, Dr. Hilary. Dr. Mary. And even as we look at the hunger situation around the world, and we're saying, okay, fine, there's the hunger problem, there's a need to end it, and that there are very many different players in this arena to say the end of hunger is somewhere in sight, but we're all making attempts towards that. And we're looking at two particular players here. Now we're looking at, part of gender justice, and we're also then looking at climate resilience towards ending hunger. Give us an overview of, first of all, where we are in this race. We have this conversation every year, and maybe a little bit more frequently. But with those players, where are we towards this race?
All right. Thank you for the question. So it's a big one because food insecurity, and I might need to add food and nutrition insecurity, it's not a silo. So there are very many players, as you rightly put, as also many determinants that place one at the position they're in. So I'm going to speak in the case of Kenya, where we sit in the global context. So with the Global Hunger Index that we'll delve in during the rest of the conversation, it's done annually because it's not, yes, ideally the point is to end, but on your stages there, it's to alleviate, make it less and less as we go along. So right now we are still not doing so well in Kenya, but from the report, at least for the last, I think the last 20 years or so, it's moved from alarming to serious, which is a slight progress. But still, in terms of the absolute numbers, we are 100 out of, I think, 126 thereabouts. So, as you can see, still not doing so well. But having said that, there are steps that are being made. And you also put in the other factors in terms of intervening variables. There is climate change that is getting worse, that is also weakening the system. So you might be doing well, but there are other factors that are impinging on that. So there's climate change, which also now creates the need for being more ideally to mitigate, but also to adapt and also to be more resilient to the changes that are inevitable as we move forward. Also, the concept of the gender inequality and equity that comes across, hence the need for gender justice, among other factors. So food and nutrition security does not sit in a silo. It's an ecosystem that there are very many inflows and outflows that determine the number we are in, 100.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that for now.
For now.
Yeah.
All right. So when we look at climate resilience, maybe from your end, Kasim, how do we connect climate resilience towards a futuristic goal of ending hunger?
Okay, thank you. Climate resilience is a very critical phenomenon, and you realize that in the recent past we have been experiencing climate change, and therefore a couple of things are happening as a result of the same. And because of climate change, you find that food production has gone down. For instance, if I look at the impacts of climate change, and if I can quote an example, say drought. Drought has caused, say, loss of livestock for the communities that practice livestock keeping. And in other communities as well, food production has gone down in terms of effects of climate change. And therefore, climate resilience comes in whereby we need to adapt to the situation at hand. And therefore, what is very critical is what do we do in terms of the situation. And what you can do is engaging in climate smart agriculture technologies in order to mitigate and take us to where we want to get to. And that is targeting zero hunger. And as my colleague had mentioned, it's good to mention also that the target globally was for us to get to zero hunger by 2030. And as Dr. Mary clearly said, we are not on track. So we are off the track. And one of the biggest contributor is the impact of climate change. And therefore, climate resilience and how we try to mitigate the effects of climate change comes in handy to ensure that we achieve food and nutrition security by that year. Thank you.
Let me ask this simple question. Does the planet produce enough food?
That's a really good question. I'd say Yes and no. Why do I say that? Because food and nutritional security is not necessarily only about food production. Of course, it's a big chunk, but you can have food available, but how do you look at accessibility and utilization? So for instance, when there's no maize in Kenya, we say we are hungry, but that's not the situation. There's cassava, there's yams, there are other foods that are available. But maybe how we are culturalized is that if there's no maize, if there's no ugali at dinner, there's no food. But that's not the case. So that's why I'm saying it's yes and no. Because there are also other foods that are available that are not necessarily being utilized. Having said that, the utilization aspect comes, as I said, socio-culturalization and also the preference of people and desirability. So in that context, why maybe another answer would be yes, when we are maybe deficit in maize, of course we'd need to bump that one up. Because the production could go lower because maybe the rains have failed, of course also the tax tariffs, the imports, exports. So it's, how would I say it? It's a nexus. It's not one thing. So it's not just production. You need to look at accessibility and utilization.
So we've made a simple concept complex.
Because that's the reality on the ground.
Is it really? Because that actually is my question. And I asked it in that way because the heart of what we are saying is not something that is beyond simple understanding. Yes. Most farmers in this country, if you're talking numerically, are small-scale farmers, subsistent farmers as they're called. But we find ourselves in a situation where subsistence farmers can't feed themselves now. How did that come about? And yet, it's not as though the land doesn't exist. People have less of it. But what happened? The very thing that could be done, not very long ago, by people who are far less educated, those are our grandparents and so forth, something that they did and they did successfully. Now, with everything that we say we have, we're saying it can't be done. How?
Good point. I'll share my thoughts, and Kasim also welcome to join in to chime in as well. Sure. So one of the key aspects you notice from before and right now, of course, there's a lot of land subdivision. That's one aspect that what was happening in the past, our grandparents and they were able to. Nowadays we are not, because the more you subdivide, the more actually you're lessening on the quality. The other aspects come in terms of that, in terms of the food production. That is, the stability of it is shaken, so to speak. But having said that, still in the past, you'll still see the production system the way we will do traditional, say, like if it is in silos, you'll dry. I'll give the example of the maize because that's what's most common in Kenya for most people in terms of the starchy staples. So you'd have granaries where, or maybe just out traditionally. Nowadays, you even see, maybe a few months when maybe there's a lot of avocado right now. Or even in northern Kenya, there's a lot of rain, there's a lot of production. 1 month, you have a flux and then lack of post-harvest storage and the like.
Exactly.
Or not embracing our traditional ways, what our grandparents used to do. So now you have a flux and then you'll even find the dogs are the ones that are eating the too many avocados at one go. What has happened? In the past, there used to be ways of working around it. Or you could decide for that particular month, we are eating this because there's much of it at the moment. Nowadays also you bring in urbanization. That's why I'm saying it will be nice if it's simpler, but also the complexity of the dynamics. You have urbanization that has come in. How would you say it? Also the fragmentation of the land, that small land or the land that was there during our grandparents right now has been divided. Say if it's a family of, there are 12 siblings. So you're each dealing with an micro. So, of course, it will not be enough as it was in the past.
Because even if you look further, there is, you alone spoke about nutrition. There's one thing having the surplus, which, of course, you're saying people are saying they're hungry, but there are alternatives to what they're saying if maize is not there. But there's another thing, having a nutritious meal. And you just can keep sticking on cassava because that's what is surplus. And I think Kasim was supposed to give his comments on that, but I was just adding to the fact that there could be surplus, all right? But is it nutritious, of nutritious value to the human?
Exactly. And then I think that's what Kasim now will delve in, because also you have hidden hunger as well.
Sure. Yeah, so first of all, let me chime in and add to what he was mentioning and basically bring out perhaps what is not happening right before I can come in to the hidden hunger issue. One thing we must agree is, first of all, up to 40% of the people that are engaged in agri-food industry, they are women. However, you find that these women have not been properly empowered and given the resources they require so that they can optimally engage in production. And I know we have a very progressive constitution which gives equal rights to land ownership between both men and women. However, we are yet to realize that. I know there is very good evidence from the Food and Agriculture Organization detailing that if we are able to empower women and even the youth with the necessary resources or even equal resources that men have, then we can see production even double, and we can bring down this challenge of hunger significantly.
Okay.
Yes.
Allow me to double click on that just a little bit.
Yes.
So just make the connection, a clear one, between this gender justice that we speak about and then how we look at sustainable food production. That if we say if women had access to the same resources that a man does, what are those resources then that would ensure that hunger is not an issue?
Good. Thank you. So these resources, number one, I talked about land. Land ownership is an issue. We are more of a patriarchal society, and it is men that own land, majority of them. The other resource would be access to credit facilities. Engaging in food production requires money resources, which most of the women do not have. For example, if they are to access credit and on the flip side, they do not even own land. So like they cannot use a title deed, for example, as a collateral to get loans. So if we can have an easier way of accessing credit to women so that they can engage in food production, that would be good. I know we have very good policies in the country. I know, for instance, we have the climate smart agriculture strategy, which is very progressive and allows inclusion of women and the youth. So, when you're talking about gender, it's not only the women.
Of course.
Youth also have a very good role to play in this. And a lot is happening. I know as organizations, we are doing what we can in our own small ways, supporting the youth, supporting the women to access certified seeds, the tools that they can use in food production, and just supporting them, giving them the financial literacy, such that, the first priority is that when they produce, that food is supposed to be utilized at household level to take care of the nutrition security issues. And then the surplus is what now they can use to develop themselves. And we are coming up with things to do with the savings, loaning, and such facilities. And we are seeing a good progress. I know many people have done this. Even Safaricom Foundation, for example, is doing a very good job around Ngong area with the youth, and they are engaging in climate smart agriculture technologies, and we are seeing very good results. So, yeah, if we can put these policies into action, then for sure we can realize good results in terms of bringing down the challenge of hunger.
What do these good results look like?
Okay. These good results is in terms of, number one, increased food production. Production that is adequate to feed the population. But again, you see, we bring in also the diversity of what is being produced. And I know later on, if you give me some time, I'll try to dissect some numbers from the GHI report and what those numbers mean. Because, again, access to food does not necessarily mean that you are taking in what your body requirements needs. So there are those dynamics as well.
Okay. I can you want to ask a question? Let's do that before we
come back.
Just go ahead. Yeah.
All right, because I really wanted to hear your definition of hidden hunger. It's something I've never heard before. And I was looking forward to that so that the rest of us can also understand what is this hidden hunger. Do I have it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Fine. You know, we have people of different physiological status. So a man, a woman, and even a woman, you could be having a pregnant woman or a woman who is breastfeeding. So their needs are not the same. So and even a child who is under the age of 5 years. So basically, you could be eating some food, but it's not meeting your body requirements. So, for instance, you could be missing on some what we call micronutrients. For instance, the food could be meeting some part of the macronutrients, but there are micronutrients that you are missing just because of the kind of food you are taking. And in the GHI, there is an indicator about undernourishment. And undernourishment is basically that population of people that are taking food that is not adequate in terms of both macro and the micronutrients that they need.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're talking about hunger and talking about ending it this morning and what the latest GHI report, GHI, remind us, Dr. Ngendo, means...
Global Hunger Index.
There we go. Global Hunger Index report, and we're looking at the one for 2024 that has come out and telling us where we are in terms of the status of hunger and where we are in terms of ending hunger at some point. But we just not know it's not just the state that people can't find food, but there's a lot more to it, and we're unpacking all of that this morning. Dr. Mary Ngendo Kanui and Kasim Lupao, our guests this hour, are looking deeper into that. It's 26 minutes to 10. Be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. The weather with Spice FM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning, currently at 21 degrees. It's 21 and sunny in Nakuru and 20 and sunny looking into Nyeri. 21 and sunny in Eldoret, and at 30 it is mostly sunny in Mombasa with sunny conditions at 29 in Malindi. It's sunny at 27 in Kisumu with Kakamega at 26 and sunny as well. Looking into Kampala, 26 and sunny going to highs of 32, and at 29 it's sunny in Dar es Salaam and we'll see highs of 33. Johannesburg is sunny at 21. And looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 29, it's a sunny Addis Ababa at 19. At 27, it's partly sunny in Lagos with sunny conditions at 25 in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
All right, it's not been too crazy a Friday morning, and traffic seems to be moving wherever it is that you're looking into the city today. Whatever was happening on the Thika Superhighway, I think we've just cordoned that off to just around Survey, heading towards the Pangani underpass. And then Landis Road traffic getting throughout around Kamkunji is also where we see a little bit of it. Let's take a quick look at Magadi Road, and that's not looking too bad as you approach Langata Road this morning. So we're stepping out of traffic hour, probably get crazier later on in the day, and then you'll keep us abreast of what's going on throughout the day on SpiceFM at KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, we're looking at the Global Hunger Index Report 2024, and we're looking at where we are this morning. Dr. Mary Ngendo Kanui and Kasim Lupao are our guests this hour. When we talk about hunger, we talk about that. We hear that feeling of I need to put something in my belly so that I stop feeling that way. But what we're hearing said over and over again is that hunger means also the quality of food that you're getting, the sustainability of those sources of that food that we are getting. So it's an all-rounded thing. You talked about us now getting from the stage where it was alarming to serious. Which is worse, alarming or serious? Serious, alarming. Alarming is worse. It's really bad, and serious is okay. Serious. Okay, so now we've come from alarming to serious. Now, when you say we, who is we? Where are we? The world? Are we looking at Africa? Who is now serious coming from alarming?
So that's Kenya, to be specific. Yes. So 100 out of 127. 127. Yes.
100 out of 120. So
100 out of 120.
So essentially, if it was an exam, and 120 is 100%. So us, we're at 100.
Is it a rank or is it a percentage?
That's a rank. Yeah. So the percentage will be 100 out of 127.
127. So we're 100. So if we're to be positive, we're saying we are quite near the top, isn't it? But if we're looking at what it is that you mean, we're doing very badly.
Yes, because we are 27 from the bottom.
From the bottom, yes. Meaning 127 is the bottom, and we are 100.
We are number 100, eh?
100.
Okay, so what are the factors that determine this? We're looking at there's not, in terms of adequacy, there's not enough food to go around. Are we saying that the sources of food then are dwindling? Are we saying that the quality of food is not at 100%? What are the factors that would put Kenya at 100 out of 127?
Or as Kenyans, are we saying that they didn't work this thing out properly? That in fact,
perhaps they need to be visited.
We need to look at this thing properly and probably look at the server to understand whether these figures are actually correct. What are we saying?
I'm saying Kasim is eager to you can start and
okay, fine. Initially, I had wanted to put the numbers into context so that our listeners and viewers can also understand what we are talking about. Because the Global Hunger Index basically is a tool that helps us to classify and even track issues of hunger. And the tool looks at 4 indicators. And I know you were talking about which one is good. So I know the numbers range from 0 upwards, and the good number is supposed to be 0. So 0, when that's the number we are targeting, 0 hunger. So when the numbers go up, it means we are doing badly. And maybe just to put the numbers into context, numbers ranging from 9.9 coming down, the hunger situation is classified as low. And then 10 to 19.9, the hunger situation is classified as medium. And then from 20 to 34.9 is what is considered serious. And that is where Kenya is at the moment. From the 2024 GHI report, we are at 25, and you can see we are in that range of serious. But now from 35 up to 49.9, then that is the alarming classification. And then numbers from 50 and above, then we call that extremely alarming. So I needed to make that distinction so that at least we have that into perspective, and so that now we move. And then the GHI looks at 4 indicators. The first one is undernourishment. And undernourishment means the proportion of people that are not getting adequate caloric intake. So you could be getting some amount of food, but in terms of calories that you require, they are not adequate.
Okay, so what are adequate calories? Let's just look at that now. For man, woman, obviously they're different, but what should you be getting every day?
If I can just say, sorry.
You're fine.
Sorry, in summary, an adult requires 2,700 kilocalories per day.
Okay.
So that would be adequate. Yes.
Okay. So, Daktari, I just want to jump off of that, right? So, we can say undernourishment, some of the numbers that we look at that would now contribute to these bigger numbers that we speak of. So, if one is not getting the proper caloric intake, and how would they know? You see? Because we contribute, and we assume a lot of times that hunger and poverty go hand in hand. But if we're saying that one of the elements of hunger is that you're not getting the adequate caloric intake, that for me cuts across the strata, whether you're, poor or not, that you could actually be able to buy food, but you are still hungry because you're not getting what you need. So what are some of those things? Can we not just eat ugali and beans every day and be fine?
The simple answer is no.
Okay.
No, we cannot.
Okay.
And sometimes the manifestation shows up in different ways, as Kasim was saying, the physiological aspect. So what you notice sometimes, I'll actually give an example of myself. I've been through that in terms of anemia. So for women, you'll realize like iron, we have higher iron needs as compared to men, especially women in reproductive age. So like for me, how it presented itself was extreme fatigue. And this time you're studying nutrition, you're in this sector, you think you know everything like in terms of paper, but when, as you said, that and practice, those are two different elements that does not necessarily translate. So how I found out was during when I went for a hospital for a doctor's visit, and then when they checked the numbers, your iron levels are way below. And that time I transitioned to pseudo-vegetarian diet, and that was the aspect, because you lack the if you don't take the animal source foods, which is an extra requirement, especially for women, and now also with the westernized diet and with the trends of being vegetarian, you are lacking the heme iron that can only be found in animal source foods.
What, milk, meat, eggs?
No, actually the
fish,
like the red meat,
flesh. Okay,
the
flesh.
The flesh meat that has heme iron. And yes, you can take your spinach, you can take your others, but all vegetables, they have the non-heme iron that would work well for a man, but for a woman, because of the menstruation, it's not enough. So such subtle things. Sometimes it could be easy to show, like for example with kwashiorkor, marasmus in children, you can see, but sometimes, especially for adults, it could be through those checks you realize. Another one during COVID, vitamin D deficiency.
Right.
You're like, oh wow.
Is that the hidden hunger that Anki is really worried about here?
Because you're looking at the iron, you're looking at the minerals and the vitamins. That's hidden hunger, the micronutrients.
So it's possible that we have a lot of folks who are walking around here hungry and we just assume that they're okay.
Yes.
And do these all contribute to these numbers that we're talking about that come out in the GHI report?
Sure.
Okay.
Though I need to, I would imagine, like, again, it's a representative sample. It's not the total population.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Anki, you were dying to ask something.
No, it's because you mentioned women. And in that comparison, I just jumped into something called gender justice. I was really curious about it. If it's playing a role in whichever way. So I was really going to bring us into what exactly is this thing I keep hearing about gender justice.
I'm glad you asked. Yes, it plays a role. And with the GHI, every year they have a different theme, because as we said, food and national security, there are so many factors that are playing a role. So for 2024, it was on gender justice as well as climate resilience. So more specifically, when you zoom into gender justice, it's equity in all spheres of life. And I've said equity, not equality, because people use it interchangeably, but those are two very different terms. So ideally, at the end of the day, we'd like a world where everything is sort of equal, but that's not the reality we are living in. Hence the word equity. So equity is, let me start with equality, what people maybe use a lot.
Mhm.
We say gender equality, but that's not actually what we like, because equality is equal playing field. But then we are not all starting at the same starting point. So actually, if you give the similar resources, similar opportunity, we'll actually end up differently, because we are not all starting at the same starting point. So hence now the gender justice, equity in all spheres of life. Equity means you look at the needs and the constraints for each particular group you're dealing with, and then you enable them to overcome it.
Okay.
So that means that, for example, maybe again in the playing field example, if you maybe need to see a player maybe across a window, so one will be taller, so maybe they'll need a really smaller ladder. One will be really short, they need a bigger one. That's what we mean by equity.
So what's the role of that in combating hunger? Because that's really the major concern here.
Exactly. So again, it leads to what Kasim was trying to say a bit earlier on, because out of this you realize, as a caveat, women is not gender, because it's roles and responsibilities. But having said that, women are comprising up to 40% of this productive age that are in farming. And also, as you said, in the terms of agriculture, again, majority are smallholder farmers, majority of whom again are women. So, and these are the ones who are having roles, not only productive roles in terms of food production, but also reproductive roles as well. So that's again coming back to gender justice, because one thing that we've not mentioned that again is in the burden of women who are supposed to also be farming, they're the ones who are in charge of taking care of younger babies in most cases, the reproductive role. Something as simple as breastfeeding, unpaid care work. That is not accounted for in terms of the math because you're at home. But then these are the same people who are supposed to be doing the farm work or even selling in farms. So that's where now the gender looking at these needs and the constraints. So a woman is breastfeeding, which takes up to 30% of mental energy, which is maybe us in this sedentary, in the office, we consume up to 20%. That woman breastfeeding is consuming 30%, and she's still expected to now, after finishing that role, come take care of the family, go to the farm if she's in the rural area farming. So that's where understanding the needs and the constraints that the different populations are facing, so that they can, if they can be supported, they are now better able to contribute reproductively, and hence lead to increased food availability, which will in turn is a parcel, but will be a big chunk in terms of food and nutrition security.
Okay.
So that's how all of those are connected.
What have we seen so far that has worked? The problem has been identified.
Yes.
There's a solution that is being suggested. The woman is being aided, or at least attempts have been made. What have we seen to work so that this ideal that we're looking
can be
towards, we've seen signs of it being achieved?
I can start, and Kansim, feel free to chime in. So I look at both not only rural but also urban women. I'll speak for myself. I'm actually a breastfeeding mother. Something as simple as a creche being available at work, a breastfeeding station, whereby I'm still working, but there is 30 minutes where I can quickly pump my milk, go back to work. Or even remotely. Even this remote working has really assisted. In the first maybe 3 months, even right now, you can be attending a meeting. I'm still breastfeeding. I'm contributing productively, but I'm also taking care of the other needs as well. So something as simple as that, having work environments that are conducive for both men, it could be easier, but for women, so that we can still equally participate, because we are capable economic agents as well, but we might need different assistance at different stages. Like in my case, as a lactating mother, what will I need so that I can still be productive at work, still achieve not having a hindrance because XYZ is not there, I cannot contribute. For girls even in school, something like sanitary towels provision, so that on those days they are not missing from school. Yeah, so that's in the urban setup. In the rural areas, something as, for example, where I work at Erie, one of the things we've been trying to do with rice farmers, you realize that the equipments can be really heavy. So the rice harvesters and the like. So a man will be able to carry, but a woman in the field is not able to carry it. So looking at the labor, how can we make this equipment more friendlier to women that they can carry also? Yeah, things that are maybe not necessarily, that's what we're looking at, the particular needs and the constraints. Rice harvesters. Also, for example, even something when you're calling for meetings, what are the timings? Is it convenient for a woman to both do the reproductive duties as well as the productive duties? And even things a little set up, for example, you find, like the way Kasim was saying, access to credit facilities, you realize mostly they are trainings. But the times that are there and the distance, a woman is not able to participate. And they miss out of these really nice intentional policies and measures that are there, but particular needs are not being taken care of so that they are able to attend. So it could look like, you'll realize that in most organizations, meetings are now held closer to households. You'll go to where the farmers are rather than having it at a central place. Because having it there, you'll realize it's only men who are coming. Such small things, because not small, such seemingly small things that would really enable both men and women.
Such simple things.
Exactly, to equally contribute.
That would make a big difference.
You know, I'm listening to you, and this is what I'm thinking. If all these things are done, at least we begin the journey, that family unit can take care of its nutritional needs. But let's look at how this would work within a community. And then let me ask the question, for instance, who feeds the people in the urban areas? Because we clearly don't farm. Okay. And how can the production units and setups in the rural communities connect with the urban so that the things that we speak of are actually achieved beyond feeding the family unit and the community? The commercial element then comes in, because there is a whole population of people who don't produce and yet need the same.
Exactly. And that now you're bringing in the really helpful but bigger topic in terms of rural-urban linkages and the markets, because it's not only at farm level, because you can produce, but also if you have the economic access and the two are connected, what is produced in the rural areas can easily reach, as you're saying, the majority who are here, who are not producing, but we need the food that is being produced.
I look at a simple thing that I have participated in, where the food I eat, I don't necessarily buy in Nairobi. It is transported, and with modern transportation and tuk-tuks and boda, the food will actually arrive at my house. From the time it is transported from wherever, I'm not going to say where, it gets to Nairobi, it gets to me. Now, it is that I'm thinking of. Because the person who produces it sees the benefit, so they are encouraged to produce it.
Yeah.
And if they can produce one thing and I say, is it possible to produce this because I need it? It is then possible. And then there are people who actually are in the business of trading with those very things that I get directly, as an example. This ecosystem where production goes beyond just consumption, but is able to give you that additional income that enables you to do other things. Is this a goal that can be attained? Because from the micro situation that I'm describing, I'm looking at a community setup and how a community organization, community organized, and how this can actually boost the very, very process that we're talking about, which seems to have dimmed over the time when it comes to production in areas where food can actually be produced.
Would you like to Kasim? Would you like to say?
Yeah, so I know food production happens primarily in the rural areas. And then he was talking about those of us who are in the city do not engage in, say, food production a lot. But I know I'll mention on what we are also doing. You'll find that when the food comes from the rural areas to the urban areas, so sometimes the food could be there in the market, but now access to that food in terms of affording, at what cost is it? So is something else that is hindering some people in achieving what we call the nutrition security. And what can be done basically to the people in the rural areas who engage in production, and even to motivate them to do more, is, for instance, subsidy in terms of fertilizer, the seeds, and all that. So if that is done, it means that the people in the rural areas will be able to produce more.
Mhm.
And even what comes to the market will be at a lower price. And people in the urban areas can also afford and access the food. And then at the end of it all, then we will be realizing that goal of food and nutrition security.
Security.
Yes.
Can we end hunger? Both of you? I know you wanted to maybe do a rebuttal to, or rather a continuation of what he was saying. But as you do that, can you just tell us, can we end hunger? Kenya, the region, the world?
I'd say yes, that's the goal. That's the big picture we want. On our way there, I'd say we will alleviate as we go ahead, which would actually still be ideal, because as you see the numbers, you can go back, retrogress, but ideally alleviate on our way to end. So yes, but it's some micro goals that are needed for us to reach the big goal. Yeah, it's like saying I'll run at a marathon and you've never even run a 10K.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm curious, I'm not very pleased with the number we are globally. And I'm just curious to understand what can we do as a country to move a little, at least closer to minimizing it to the lowest or to the end of it. Hunger, I mean, as Kenya, because we have the northeastern part of it, we have the eastern part of Kenya, etc. So what do you think we'd do as a country to alleviate hunger or even do better than we have in the past years?
Okay. Among the very many factors, I'd say the goal for the 2024, which would be if really achieved in terms of the gender justice and the climate resilience, that would really help us to get there. How does that look like? For the gender justice, the aspects, there are three, we normally call them the 3 R's.
Okay.
So one of them is recognitional justice around that. So just being aware, for example, like this discussion, raising awareness around it, and knowing that we are not at the same starting point, because sometimes we are neutral, and that's not the situation, because somebody could be, a particular group could be really struggling, they have needs and constraints, but maybe their voices are not being amplified, they're not able to speak out, or maybe they don't have advocates. So that's one aspect, recognitional. Another element is redistributional now. So where there are more challenges, what can be done to, for example, if it's only we have 10 oranges, how do we redistribute that? Maybe a child would need more as compared to an adult. So that's the idea.
Okay.
The opportunities that are there and the resources. And then lastly is representational equity around that. So that's also now closing the gender gap. That will really take us forward in terms of even political representation. Who's at the decision-making seat?
Indeed.
Yeah. Is it only I'm not saying just men and women, because there's intersectional, looking at the various aspects, education level, but can all these groups be represented when the pie is being cut?
Sure.
So that could really get us there. And then the second element that was focusing on that is the climate resilience. Resilience is ability to bounce back. So one of the aspects is enhancing the capacity. Are we able to anticipate change? How are we able to recover around that? And what can we do to better work around this climate change that is not reversible?
Alleviation towards, ending hunger is not a conversation that we can limit to an hour. Unfortunately, it's over years and years of many things to be done, and sadly our time has come to an end this morning, but I do believe that is something that we need to keep talking about, keep the awareness right here, at nose level, to keep discussing some of these matters. But we thank you for joining us this morning on this conversation. Dr. Mary Ngendo Kanui is an International Rice Research Institute member and Senior Technical Advisor. Kasim Lupao for Health and Nutrition at Concern Worldwide has been our guest this hour. Thank you so much for sharing with us this morning. And thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this week and this month. God willing, we meet again Monday morning at 6. Have a wonderful weekend. It's 10 a.m.
Sugar and spice.
up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin.